Oh my god, there's like no time. What is up, one and all? Hello and a happy Thursday to you all. Hope you're having a good day. I'm starting to look like I'm going for the full white setup with tints of blue. I don't know, dude. I'm kind of digging the vibes we're now cooking with. Might need to... Chair too high? Chair looks so small when I was setting it up. Now it just feels a lot higher. It is different to not have the really, like, top-end, like... chair piece. I don't know, I like it though. You guys like this chair? You're deaf. Whoa. Okay, Crackety, let me help you out. Alright, there you go. But yeah, so Corsair sent me this new chair, guys. This is a really cool one. It's the TC500. So this is the luxury range one. Really freaking smooth. I love this padding. I joked that it's got, like, when you look at this originally, like, this kind of looks like the stuff you get on a wall, right? Like soundproofing, like the padding behind. My original joke was like, this is great if you fart on your chair and no one's going to hear you. But actually, it's surprisingly comfortable. This is really cool. I like this. Yeah, we're Colombian drug lord now, man. Hola, amigos. Leverette? I believe it is leverette. Yes, I don't think it's... Actually, let me double check. It might be real leather. I think it was real leather. I just want to double check before I say it out loud. Breathable fabric. That's a good start. It is... Sorry, fabric. Yeah, not leather. Fabric. What am I saying? I thought it was like... I tell you what, like, part of me thought it was one of those, like, it was either faux leather or it was going to be fabric. I actually like this fabric. I prefer fabric anyway. Like, I'm a bigger fan of it because it's just more breathable. Like, you know when you have leather and it just kind of sticks to you and everything? See, these ones are really nice. By the way, these are on offer right now. It's part of why Corsair sent us one of them, is so that we could try it out for ourselves and let you guys know. They currently have them on sale as well as the rest of their range. So if you want this or one of their cheaper range, there's a link down below in the panel. If you click the link of the chair, you can go across and have a look at this one and the other chairs. But right now they are on sale. 1 second, my Steam is being weird. I don't know if anyone else gets this where like Steam, I need to probably uninstall, reinstall it. It like comes up and sometimes it'll show like the inner like browser area, but the top bar will just be blacked out. It's very weird. How was Germany? Germany was a mixed bag. Like, a lot of love for it, but at the same time, oh my god, has it been trying to kill me, dude. Every time I thought like I was as bad as I could get illness-wise, it got worse. By the way, I've decided, make an executive call, so that when we do the video, I look a little bit less like crap, I sound a little less like crap, I don't have to like burn myself out 3 days in a row, still recovering. Our next stream, after today, is going to be on Sunday. And on Sunday, we'll cover several of the KPMMs for next week, but we will also do my post-LAN analysis because I have not had a chance to put together like my bullet points that I want to go over. But basically, you'll want to tune on Sunday. It'll be a mixture of probably a bunch of KPMM, like RO32s and RO16s, but we will also go over everything to do with the LAN, you know, from the goods and bads of the AOE2 side, what has happened at AOE4, behind the scenes, production, all the community members, people I met, my takes, my opinions, things I've done on stage, didn't do on stage, why I wasn't live all the days, all that will be answered on Sunday, okay? So that'll be a stream to tune into, and you want to do it anyway because we won't be live on... Let me change me, I don't like these vibes. We won't be live on Monday because it's my daughter's birthday, so I have made the executive call to take that day off because you've got to make time for the family. Bro, I can assure you, I am not a drug dealer, which is why I need you all to subscribe. All right? Affording all the drug dealer setup stuff is not cheap. So without your subscriptions, I'll have to send them back, which is worrisome because some of these things were sent to me as gifts. All right, so help a boy out. All right, let's see if the boys are ready to draft because, guys, we have got a fun day ahead of us. We've got B versus Dumu to open up. And then M Lord is already on standby in the chat watching, anticipating to see who's going to face because he will be in the grand finals. Didn't notice 15 more of you signed up since yesterday. That is a great start. Let's keep that going. I say start because we're going to head for the moon. I believe in you guys. You can make it happen. We got like, what? Probably 10, 11 days left of the month. Let's see if we can crack like 250. I'd be pretty impressed with you guys there. It's free to do, by the way. Remember, this is for the Opera GX. We are going to be using Opera GX a lot. We're always using it when we're looking at our drafts. For example, right now, I'm going to open up Le Draft so we can catch it live. And that's going to be via the Opera GX UI. So, looks like the boys are currently drafting maps or have just completed it. Let me open up, reset everything. So 5 games. Remember, we are starting with Sacred Grove. That's the map that we cooked up with Caillou, Dry Arabia, Lipany. Hopefully I don't sound too weird, by the way. It's very difficult for me because I'm definitely nowhere near 100%. I'm at that point now where, like, my own audio, like, audio in general to my ears is muffled. So it's a little bit of a challenge. But we will get there. Have I got B on my friends list? Hopefully. One sec, let me just double check something. Yeah, we should be good. They should be getting lobby now. So I've got the draft. Let me just switch it in, and then we can switch over to the scene. Boom! There we go. Okay, so B went for the double French Open. Dude, he's been loving this, right? I think he's been doing this pretty consistently so far, but giving over the HRE is kind of wild to me. We've seen a few people struggling with the HRE against, like, French at the moment, which is surprising. I always felt like they had a good answer. Like, you have this very good tempo control approach. Dude, I'm starting to think more and more. Oh my god. Dude, I don't think my desk is level. No, I really don't. How does that work? No. It's like it should be level. It's like a normal office desk. Because, like, the chair, the arms aren't, like, perfectly level. Now, before anyone calls out the chair, the last chair had this problem. Like, that's way too much coincidence. I think the table is ever so slightly tilted. Not like crazily, but slightly. Huh, that's weird. Didn't know that. Anyway, I just realized the maps aren't showing for you guys. There you go. There's the full draft. I believe... Where are we going to be going for game number 1? From the boys. Trying to survive, Askeladd. So, like, every time I thought that the illness had reached its worst point, it got worse. And that included travel day back. Like, travel day back, I felt rough at the start, and then the day starts trekking on, and I just feel worse and worse, and then I barely made it through my local, like, train station. I'm not even, like, I don't really tend to go the exaggerated route. I also just don't rush the doctors, right? Like, I almost collapsed onto the floor trying to get to a taxi. That's how bad it was. So yeah, pretty rough. Do we have a mod that... Yes, Crackety, can you do me a favor, mate? Set up the predictions for this one. You got this. I believe in you. Just know if you fail, they'll judge you forever. Because we need to get underway. Alright, one and all, welcome back to the channel for an absolute fun one. These two always deliver. There's almost like a triangle here. Dimu, B, Beastie. Like, these series tend to entertain, but this week, the B and Beastie one didn't provide the back and forth entertainment expected. Neither did Dimu Numadon. Which means surely, wait, is that 3-0? That means that this is going to be a 5-game series. It has to be. So we've got Dimu opening up on the Mongols, going up against Beyond. Interesting from Dimu. So this feels like almost an intentional throwaway. There's a chance that he had something in mind he countered, but I think he understood from the strength of the draft that the B opened with here, having things like Jean and French on this map is incredibly strong. With Sacred Grove, the map is very open. I actually think that those two picks are probably, like, the strongest here that I've been seeing so far anyway. They have an unbridled level of potency about them because of their ability to just essentially harass you in the mid-game when you have to move. I'm going to have to set up the predictions, aren't I? God damn it. All right. Crackety, you're fired. Nah, I'll get you covered, bud. It's all good. So it's interesting because the way this map functions, though, like, the start seems very safe from a defensive tree line kind of perspective, a little bit like Gorge, but you can see how open and barren it is. And that's where French Knights, things like that, will just exploit you when you try to move out the flanks. And there's enough open ground that you can't really easily wall off. You have to come very deep to think about walling, right? Out to these type of tree clusters to even contemplate it. So for that reason, I think Dimu just decided he wants something that was mobile itself, and also screw walling, right, you Mongols? So you can kind of benefit from the lack of walls yourself, but also on the off chance it was French or Jean, he now has very powerful picks in reserve later in the series, like HRE Byzantines. So, initial scouting rotation. Looks like we are going to see a pretty desirable outcome, actually, for Ben. Yeah, Khan Speed Arrow are really paying off there. So ends up with 12 sheep so far compared to just 7. And now you can come out for the west side and maybe find and scour a few remaining sheep like the ones here. Really, really solid opening. This is good. Usually you're going to be thinking about pro scouts anyway, but I think with Mongols, you kind of want to do something else first sometimes, right? You want to feel like you get Keshiks or something out in the field to contest, because compared to the other Civ on the other side, like Jean, French, these type of Civs, they're going to get the pro scouts cheaper. They're going to be able to produce cavalry very quick. So you kind of feel like you need to have something that compares. But we've got a crazy kind of beginning here from B. Right? Like he actually set up the 4 spears and held them at home. What was the thought process with this exactly? Is he just going for a deer shove? It might be. The deer are in a very awkward spot if that was the idea. Okay, yeah, sorry. So he did get the initial deer, the 3 of them, but then he didn't come for the rest. This is very curious. Is this a no pro scouts game from B? I can't think of any other reason why you'd want to do that per se, rather than just rush the age. I guess there is the concern that as Jean, you're not going to rush feudal age, remember. You build it slowly so she can get level 2. I think that's why he decided to shove some deer in and play spears delayed. So the whole idea here is in the event that Dumu does outpost rush you, you have defensive spears, but if not, instead of, now trying to rush your opponent, you get a bit of food back, and it also divests the value of an outpost here, right? Because an outpost here originally would have blocked 7 deer and golds. And now he does get to burn down the Uva. I mean, this is a bit of an awkward trade-off for Dimu, right? I don't think he's going to be able to get troops out quick enough here. Feels like it's going to be tight. As he starts to build the archer range, which can only start now. Okay, and he is going to rush out with the 4. So he probably will stop B when he's at, like, what, 400 HP on this thing? Another side school of cavalry now on the way, but this is going to be really slow, man. Yeah, so invest a second villager. This means you're like, what, 3.5 villagers building? Oh, God, yeah, he's having to put a lot on this. This is exactly what you try to avoid when you play Jean, because the whole idea is if you use, like, 2, you're almost guaranteed to get that level 2 upon tech, right? So this staggers your timings a little. I don't know, man. This really does feel like he was expecting aggro. Magadai is a sick idea by Dimu, by the way. That's smart. So if he went for archers, a little bit slow, a little bit mobile. The trade-off is that. Oh, God. Yeah, you gotta be paying attention. Wait, was that intentional as a Khan Hunter? I just realized he pumped out a Khan Hunter first. Curious if you... I guess he just didn't have the food ready, right? Yeah, because that's one interesting thing with Khan Hunters, is that they cost wood and gold. Which is very unique, by the way. There's not many units that kind of fulfill that role in AoE 4 that aren't mechanical. Which I guess answers our question. Khan Hunters are actually not people. There you go. So we'll end up losing the Evu. That's unfortunate. I think if he'd actually been able to deny the kill, then B would have felt like this wasn't a worthwhile investment. But now he has to be feeling pretty content, right? Like, think about what's happened here. He built the 4 spears. He shoved in some deer already. Then he burnt down the Uvu. So that's 150 wood wasted. Now it has to be reinvested. He's missed out on passive stone. He's missed out on a clear timing to get his double ramp up. He's had an idle villager walking all the way out here. Luckily, he did at least get wheelbarrow. And then on top of that, you've got the key information of what your opponent's building, right? So you've just got so much info to work with this B. Now, what's scary to me from Dumu's strategy, against French, I can maybe kind of see where he's coming from. The risk against Jean, particularly, is that she will farm you up very fast here. In fact, she's looking for that freebie. Yeah. Oh, no, the Khan Hunter wasn't there. I think maybe what was happening there, B was expecting the Khan Hunter to show up. But remember, that these Magadai, although they got their price retweaked, they're still 15 XP each, and they only have 85 HP. So I'd be surprised if Dimu takes this strategy all the way, as opposed to just builds 4 or 5. Logic being is that Magadai are really good counters to pro scouting, because they can just run alongside you, shooting you, right? Whereas like normal archers can potentially get kited out, you don't have a fear of that at all. I wondered. Does Dimu consider pro scouts himself? No. No, folks. We legit have a full Magadai commitment. Which, if B had gone for just knights, might have been kind of wildly effective with the kiting potential. And then you just kind of subtly add in spears. But we do have B already adding in archers. Okay, this is going to get a little bit nuts. Remember what we said. Past the early game, this map tends to reward those that are present and active. Because you just can't expand out very easily or safely. It's not like when you play Gorge and you move out from the tree line and you're okay. Or like Dry Arabian, move to your second tree line, etc. Dimu. Just a matter of moments until Steel Arrow comes in. It's going to make this a little bit more tricky. Has at least got the outpost up, so B should be somewhat protected from the gold. And remember, he also has got the deer to the north side. So to me right now, the posturing kind of feels like it's in the wrong position here. He seems aware. He's going to be moving across now. And remember, this outpost also now gives an early warning if the scouts come over here. And allows them in the meantime to take the deer away. Yeah, this is like classic Ben just saying, I am really sick and tired of pro scouts right now. We have him on record saying as much, right? I believe he said, was it the week before we left to Germany? He was like moaning about it a little bit on stream and then was trying to do some crazy, wacky HRE builds at the time to avoid having to play that meta. I mean, I respect it. It's gotten stale. We're way past the point of it being intriguing anymore. Yeah, if you want to win, sure. It's your go-to. But that's the problem, right? Like, if it's your go-to and it has to be, it kind of stifles all creativity. To a certain degree. Like, you can still do creative things within the grand scheme of Pro Scouts. But it means that the opening of the game just always revolves around this one idea. How about this? Are you guys sick of your GPU options revolving around one idea? Well, now's a perfect time to think about AMD. Yeah, they're working with the channel again, guys. So if you want to help us out, click on that link. They're doing an awareness campaign about the 9070 graphics cards at the moment. Honestly, like, I switched on the last gen and I'm blown away. You guys have been praising the production level. It's because of AMD. Back to the games. Well, B is going to want to wait for Blacksmith Text before he fights. This is not an ideal timing right now. He hasn't got Steel Dowry, he hasn't got Undermesh. What's the thought process behind this? This doesn't feel like a good fight to take. No. Half the damage of Magadai are penetrating through into Knights here. I think for B, he's getting a little bit greedy-eyed. He's seeing all that juicy XP and he's thinking about how easy a level 3 would be. But I'm not sure it's worth it here. Man, look at Dimu on his way to castle already. This is, yeah, and this is the way you have to play the Magadai strat, right? Like, this might even be a fast imp behind it. The whole concept is that you just rush the age up. The damage increase matters so much that, like, all of a sudden, you know, the situation where knights aren't meant to be that phased by Magadai because they're decent armor, it doesn't hold true anymore. Now, you might be wondering, why does he not go for the Kurotai? I think Kurotai is just a tempo killer here. Magadai is all about mobility. You're still playing flank checks. You don't want to be stuck to one location. You want the ability to just look at a bad fight and say, I'm going to leave. When you go for a Kurotai, you don't get that option. You get stuck. So this gives that mobility and also now gives him the juice up in terms of economy to ramp even more Magadai and likely look to add in Keshiks afterwards. And yes, folks, this is the semis. So a reminder, after this, winner of this series will face off against Marine Lord. I swear these units became so annoying once they added the Khan Hunter. Before, you had to get so deep that archers could trade well with you, but now, like, the way he's edging this fight, just making it an impossible predicament for B. Tech up completes, but the positioning just doesn't align well for B. He's going to look for the counter-offensive. Upgrades are already on the way. 50 seconds until veterancy. Dimu's going to want to consider pulling back the Ford villagers here. We do have the stone necessary, and there it is. Spoon replacement's on the way. Timing might not end up being ideal here, though. He's actually going to garrison the villages so he commits them. Knights. Starting to get willed away at here. Archers are going to dive past as well. They go after the John. Can they get the kill, though? No, they have to back away. I mean, it was ambitious. He needed to wait for the tech up. This choice to send the villagers in. We're going to get a little bit of Takeshi's castle here. Shuffles across into the other outpost. Drone replacement comes in. It is going to be his John Snipe. And that means he can recommit. Well played there, Dimu. Threads the needle. I don't think we'll be able to get the villagers out of dodge. No, they are going to be thrown to the bees here. Formation Shuffle might help them a little bit, but there's archers there. There's no denying it. But now, there's no denying the power of the Magadai. Veterancy in, they hit for 8 damage. So once again, a 50% penetration from these knights. B, yet to make his tech play. Yeah, and these archers are going to struggle to actually keep up this now. Love the fact that Gura is just griefing this fight. Like, B, he's trying to A-click into it, but he's just finding himself hitting the wrong thing a lot of the time. It feels like Dimu does need a lot more pump right now. The gap on his gathering on the front side definitely hurt his production rates. You can see it. 5 more are on the way, but it's almost like at this point you might benefit from an additional archery range. There is also another key concern here. B has scouted the flank, right? Okay, maybe not. No. Luckily, he's dodged that. The thing's getting a bit awkward now. Like, you're seeing what he's doing here with the Deer Stone moving forward. The moment these outposts went down, and this is why Dimu tried to stick to it to defend it, by the way. The moment this outpost went down, you lose that flexibility to just in-out the fight slightly, keeping your range advantage. Another thing is we actually just don't have a Khan Hunter. I don't know if that's I don't think that's by design as much as just forgetting. Dimu just hasn't replaced it. Another issue might be coming in soon as well. Yeah, because the gold vein is about to run out. And we got a few spearmen camping here waiting for that move over. That's going to be a huge chunk of idle time. Now, he has got 1,000 gold in reserve, but you might want to consider like putting that to use in some form, right? Going for the shamans, maybe looking to buy resources. So although he's good on the resources right now, that could quickly disappear. And he did just scout in. I would not genuinely blame Dimu for trying for something crazy like a Cargonet rush now. The worry I do have is his food income is just a little bit underwhelming. So he's going to move up for the deer again. We have got spring replacements this time. 2 or 3 of these could do a much better job than the arrow slit plus delayed spring last time. But at the end of the day, this is going to be a chunky knight count, and we also have guild halls. So it's not like B is allergic to the idea of going Imperial himself. Yeah, I think Ben has 2 choices here. You either start to add in quite a lot of pastures and you play for like mass Magadai, which maybe you can make work because your opponent hasn't gone Royal Institute, so these knights aren't ridiculously tanky. Or you still add in like 1 or 2 extra pastures, but you go for the Imperial. He's gathering a lot of gold still. This feels indicative of Imperial. So this small group of Magadai have got their work cut out. They're going to have to burn a lot of B's time here. Good start if B keeps approaching a bit too aggressive with the Knights, but the veterancy for the archers themselves is now on the way. Not to mention ranged armor 2 coming in 35 seconds. Yeah, and that's going to put a little bit of a dampener on the plan here. You're 8 damage right now. All of a sudden, these Knights can be at 6 armor. True definition threading the needle here. I think for Dimu, he needs to just try for like a bypass. Because if he stands here and they fight like this, fight, and the tech comes in, B could potentially just flood. I think that's the idea of this outpost though. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing Dimu add in another 1 or 2. Or perhaps some at home. Because there is definitely a risk, but I think what he's at least done is he's kind of diversified his economy quite a bit, moving out to flanks. So it's not all in one location. It's almost time. But the problem is Dimu, he went on the flank to deal with any sneakers. Did find one of the Knights, found the scout as well, but as a result, he's now a little bit exposed on the front side. This stone is going to pack up and run away. So spring replacements are going to be brought down quite swiftly here, and the Cargonet only just began. No. The timing on this is kind of ludicrous from B. Like, the bee instincts kicked in at the exact perfect moment, it feels like here. So what Mongols get from rushing Imp is, I think it was something in the region like 500 or 600 resources plus a minute from passive production for the Kagane. It gives you a lot of pump, but it's a bit RNG. So it's going to be Horse Archers first in 45 seconds. So a small group of them could help. High base damage up against the Knights, quite nice. Gallop to stay away. The Bee should have kind of an all-in condition here. Does he think about just playing for his own age 4? We've seen B play a little bit more calculated, a little bit safer with some of these matchups, but I don't think it's entirely necessary here. He's definitely lucky. I think what B's after right now is the gold. If he can find the golds, he can take control very swift. Because without gold, Imperial is pointless. Like, Kagane makes it kind of like you're there still, but the reality is there's a lot of techs that remain out of your range. Flash coming in, but the Magadai, they haven't been elited up yet. No, they're not at full power here. Actually, that was kind of as good of a trade as B could ask for. Now he's going to move across onto the gold. Villagers will look to move away. And then once through a placement in, a second one coming, but not going to be quick enough here. So it looks like he's getting cleared out there. Now home. We do have the second group on the way. It's going to be Elite Magadai. The main group has now been upgraded. So 11 damage on these guys. Once again, they do matter. They do damage against the Knights. B has got that Guildhall ticket behind. So it'd feel hella rough to have to walk away at this point. Did the math once? About 700-ish resources a minute. There you go. Ask Aladdin with the math. I think we trust the German education system. I think they do math quite well. Einstein, you know. He's trying to shred him here. The problem is you have to be on point with the kite at all times. He doesn't have the Yam either. That's one of the trickiest elements here. Is like, that's why you want your outposts everywhere. If you have the outposts everywhere, the Knights can't quite reach you. Is he just trying to actually buy the time for the Guildhall? Up to 900 food so far. He's getting relics behind this, so it's not like he's not doing anything with this situation. But over time, this Kagane is adding up. It's building an army that Dumu would otherwise simply not have. Watch count now at 38. We do have more additional Magadai getting added in actively by Dimmu. I believe we should have the Sire Bow Limbs as well. We do not have Sire Bow Limbs. So that's the +1 damage. You can go for it. Probably worth getting it over near an Uvu for the +2. A bit of a stare down here. Almost up to edge top. Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. So I think B's concept, just wait for the Guildhall to be ready with the resources. In the meantime, just keep blowing your army close to 200 pop. You'll get there much sooner than Dumu in theory. I say in theory because of the amount of extra units Dumu's vomiting out from the Kagane. And also what those units are doing. I love this. House Guard. I'm going to go hunting. No point keeping them near the fight where they're going to be useless against Mass Knights. Things about to get scary, guys. He's hit the timing. This is... I think this is where B just won't be able to fight. We've got silk bowstrings in 35. I don't know, man. I think B... He needed to be in. Instead, he's been looking for an hour for the last 2 minutes, and it's still not ready. And this could get disastrous, right? When you try to build that landmark up, you could just get bum rushed. Magadai, infamous for their ability to kill villagers swift. And what is up, Zeko? Appreciate it, bud. Appreciate the prime. Welcome back to Swarm. And all of a sudden, Magadai now with 5.75 time range. Reminder, not all of them have the Khan Hunter aura. Oh, there you go. They have got it in range now. I just wasn't showing. Yeah, some of them don't have the UI for some reason. I don't know why. It's weird. Oh, they're basically at javelin range at this stage. The only thing that can trade out with them right now is Jean. What are you watching? Depression. Slowly setting in. What you are witnessing here, Marine Lord, is a reminder for French people that they always lose to bows. History has taught us that well. Their arms are just a little too short to reach these Mongols. So B, he did get the pull. Red Palace up on the flank, but that's nowhere near home. This Magadai count is getting pretty scary. Archers are going to try to turn for the trade, but this is a bad fight for them. Divine Restoration gets pumped. It just doesn't matter. Attack speed arrow also getting activated. Oh, sorry, I think there's a defense there. Just to minimize the damage entirely. But yeah, I don't see the plan anymore. At this point, he's just kind of limboing to death. What could he have done different here? I think genuinely probably more pressure early on was needed. The opening with the Spearman, I don't know, it kind of just felt like he baited himself into thinking there was going to be some sort of Mongol rush. Didn't happen. He tried to make some cute plays out of it. He done some cool things right at the D-shove, plus getting the overkill. But ultimately, if he could have taken it back, I think he would have preferred a much quicker feudal age timing to get Jean to level 2. Because then he could have had a bit more opportunity to apply pressure than what he got in this game. And now it just kind of feels over. To make matters worse, we've got the Hui Pile moving north. They know. Yeah. Gee, it would be a shame if after building the most obnoxious defensive landmark in the game, your opponent finally spawned the ultimate counter. Oh, God. You can't make these timings up. You even have warrior monks at the front as well, so that's another thing that's going to be able to buff up Magadai. I think B's just trying to pull it together for one more pump. This is an interesting strategy, though. Like, I think a lot of people at first called this fun. I don't know if this is now just becoming a bit frustrating to deal with. Magadai into fast Imperial Age. It's quite a volatile strategy. Yeah, guys, you don't need eco upgrades. Your units, they come for free. Don't be a fool. He's got the most important things coming. More Magadai and Sire Bow limbs improved. Yeah, this thing hits like a truck. All of a sudden, these Magadai are going to be going up to 16 damage. There's just nothing left of them. Hui is moving across now. So it looks like he's just going to take the camped approach. Look to get access to the final sacred site. And I imagine if the red pass goes down, I don't think B's got anything left in this game. Yeah, but the thing about getting 40 of Jean's riders is they wouldn't even counter this. Jean's riders don't get bonus damage against Magadai. They only get it against crossbows. You still get kited and whittled down. Hui's going to take forever to kill it? I don't know, man. That was pretty good damage. Okay, clearly, we just need another Hui power in 12 seconds. Actually, like, you know what would work really well here? You know what works really, really, really well? I think he got it, didn't he? Did he get geometry? It looks like it. Alright, come on. More Hui power. No! Wait, it's more How many times has he rolled Magadai? Oh my god. If he gets the second Hui power, it's definitely worth getting Geo. But guys, who cares about the Red Palace? Just murder everyone who would live in the Red Palace. That's how we make it red, right? We paint the walls with their blood. I mean, it's usually meant to be that the walls get painted by the enemy's blood, but not in this case, no. This is just depressing to watch. B's pretty much relying on Dimmu just making a mistake. What would that mistake be? Letting Asta play next to the PC and him knocking his juice onto the PC and then leaking all over the CPU and then blowing up. I think that's the level of error that's required here. Oh look, Jean's back to the afterlife. There's something ironic about religious men hunting and trying to kill Jean. So I recently remember like seeing a thread where people said they missed Magadai. Do you still miss them? Do you want more of this? Is this not enough? And we look at that. It turns out the Hui Hui Power plus Attraction Trebuchet is enough. It's down! Oh no. Alright. B's done. I guess he just wants to give that glamorous final fight before calling GG. This one has felt over for a few minutes. Let me know what you guys think of this current fast Imperial Mongol meta though, because this thing seems to be taking over. Interesting way that he played it as well. We have seen a few players that just try to actually cheapskate and go for an outpost and then just go for the rush, but I think my favorite so far has been this open a few Magadai, dance around the map, force them to react to you, because I think the thing that makes it really frustrating is it's very hard to contain the Magadai early on, due to the fact they're cavalry archers that shoot. So with that detail in mind, what usually happens is your opponent is able to get away with a lot more at home, as you have to be paranoid about him attacking your economy. Oh, wow. Was that Jean dying or just a normal knight? These aren't normal knights. These are budget knights. They didn't get properly like crafted armor. It's just made out of paper mache. So drive by now, or rather drive through. And B, thank God, we were approaching Kilyardi levels of please leave. Sorry, Kilyardi. I'm dying. He did not want to give that one up. So, game number 1 to Benny Boy. With a Mongol win. It's quite impressive, actually. At first, I wondered if it was a bit of a throwaway pick, but nah. Benny Boy been cooking. So. Point on the board. This finals or semis? This is semis. Finals immediately afterwards. One moment. Just need to double check. Did I set everything right on the YouTube side? But yeah, guys, there's the link I was talking about. Go ahead and check it out. Just clicking on that link actually helps the channel immensely. We're doing an awareness campaign right now with AMD over their new 9070 series. Honestly, like, if you've looked at the results online, I recommend you to do so. Fantastic. If you can get them anywhere near the intended price, which has always been an issue with GPUs, but you can get them anywhere near it, it's just a no-brainer to get for anyone looking at something in the mid-budget range to the mid-high-end budget range. They really blew it away. It's a 42% increase over the comparative last-gen card. So yeah. I don't know, man. I think like AMD's been cooking for years with CPUs. They're starting to catch up with GPUs. Did they hook me up with the new GPU? No. So I didn't ask for one because the thing for me, whoopsie, is I've got one that like technically is better. So I've got the 7900 XTX, which is like their flagship model from the last generation. This one I think can compete with it. In certain like areas. The difference with this one is like this one has more VRAM, right? Not sure if I'll get access to the newest like form of FSR, which is their DLSS. But for anyone who's in the market, I know a lot of people have been holding back, waiting, like, oh man, I don't know, like, should I buy? Shouldn't I buy? I think for a lot of people, like I always say, you know, there's never a perfect time to buy a graphics card, but this is a pretty damn good time. 9070 XT is between the Gree and... Yeah, agreed. So like the thing is, it's way like better, and it's also like priced, I believe, lower than the 7900 degree was. Yeah, like we have the beast. I think I still got the box here. Like your graphics card, I don't think would require a box that big. We got this one. But that's like that's $1,000 plus graph. Well, I think you can actually get it for like 800-900 now. But the new 1970 XTs should be attainable for like 600-700. Oh look, Gluten likes a timeout. Let's send off to Horny Jail. Dude, like I don't know, like what is up with your brain, and why do the cells just not attach right? How is your PC 37 degrees while streaming? Good question. Because I'm powered by AMD, baby, and Corsair on the cooling, but also Corsair to keep me comfortable as well. Look at that. Whoop, whoop. Dude, you helped me out on that one. Made it easy. Nah. It's all thanks to the people we worked with. You can find the parts down below. We're getting ready for the next game, though. Let me quickly set up predictions. Yeah, remind me, we'll talk more about it between game 2 and 3. Oh, let me flip the score. What is it with B and being involved in very entertaining series on Holy Island featuring English and Japanese? Well, so far they always deliver. Let's see if this one can be added to the list as well. One and all, welcome back to the channel. For semi-finals, game number 2. Dimu leading early after a crazy game number 1 with the Mongols. Now it's Nippon time. But against who I'm gonna quickly dub like the most slivery and confusing to play against English player right now on this map. B doesn't really follow the adhered logic of just go water, build loads of ranged boats and win. He does really crafty twists where he switches on the land at the most unexpected of times. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that in this one. What is up? I do see Gold Line. Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub. Glad you guys are quick to get back into the motion of joining the channel at the aforementioned time. Yeah, we did have a little bit of a break from our regular sequence of events, right? Because I was hosting in Germany. Which, by the way, like I promise, we're looking to have a vlog out with some behind-the-scenes footage of that in the coming days. But by the time this one ends up on YouTube, it might already be there. And then I'm going to look to do live on stream, and that'll end up on YouTube as well, a full breakdown of the show from my feelings, behind the scenes, technical, etc., everything else as well. So yeah, loads of content to come around it still. And I was stage hosting for that. Yeah, so for those that don't know, although I do a lot of channel on this, a lot of content on this channel, God, my brain is still not there today. 120 hours live, right? And God knows how many hours put up on YouTube. The reality is I'm also a freelance commentator host. So I was stage hosting and desk hosting for AoE 2. Because they invited me, they paid, and I had a good time with it. I know there's a risk of me saying that, but you can indeed enjoy more than one Age of game. So Sheeple overall is going to be about even Stevens. Now that does matter because of the way that we said B can sometimes play away from water unexpectedly. But to open up with, we are going to get the safe dock. You will keep the villager out here, and that's why Dumu is harassing it. This is intentional. Good reaction by B. You need to protect this villager. The reason is that Japan is going to open up with the Shinobi. And the Shinobi will be able to deny dock. That means you're guaranteed going to need at least a second dock here. So what Dimu was trying to do with that play is get this guy low enough that he has to walk home. So that you miss your window. And bare minimum, you end up in a situation where you have to rotate out a fresh villager, which just equals double the idle time it otherwise would be. Abbey King's now coming in. We'll be slightly slower than the Coca Township on the other side. Fishing boat count should be about even. In fact, slight edge for B. That's honestly to be expected because of the slight delay. Plus the fact that, by the looks of it, Dimu, yeah, because of where he set up his dock is a little bit rougher. B, he found the nearest deep water fish and slotted right next to it. Whereas Dimu, unfortunately, if he'd just done the same thing, he'd be in a perfect position. But positives of this, with a quicker tech up, his initial boat is going to reach the enemy a bit faster. And yeah, for those that didn't know, the Garrison is legit an Age of Empires 2 event. It was an Age of Empires 2 event. The Age of Empires 4 and Myth were added on to as side events to make it more of a wholesome, inclusive thing featuring multiple games. But it was always an AoE2 event. Which is why, like I said before, we should be like, you know, we should like pat them on the back and thank them for actually finding a way to get us involved. Alright, harassment again. This villager is going to have to walk home. He knows it. He was going to have to anyway. The shinobi is on the way and that has been scoured. But you see the difference now. Now you have double dock, you don't get denied. And the king should be there in time to start harassing away the initial shinobi. Do need to be a little bit careful because of the high DPS. But one shinobi shouldn't really be too much worried for the king. Ah, yes, I see. AoE 4 world is down. What would, yeah, like, thank you for the vote on that. What do you want me to do about that? I'm sorry. Would you, like, should I just put on my IT voice? I didn't realize Robbie-tron adopted me as his son yesterday, and I've got him on speed dial. I don't know. Good thing you don't need AoE 4 world. You can just sit here all day. Boom. I actually kind of like the fact that the Beast's setting up in a way that he almost wants to use the scout to take the hit from the shinobi. So then the king is just unharassed and more useful. Very quiet overall, actually, on the other game. Usually by now, there's a bit more explosion between these two. But it's the stare down, right? It's the dance because both of them are actively involved in this. And the archship is now out. Like, at this point, Dimmer is going to be very difficult for him to get in. Oh, he shinches the wrong way! He got baited. Wait, is Dimmu helping him shove deer in? What is happening with these deer? Oh, dude, we're getting a game from B. We saw him do this against Beastie yesterday in that 3-0 set from the quarterfinals. A little bit more delayed this time around, but the whole idea is he vomited up to like 7 to 8 lombos. And then he beelined it for the gold. I actually don't mean it when I make that pun. But the whole idea is that Shinobi can't deal with that. So you need to scout it early and react with stables. Now, I believe Dimmu, he did just get shot in the face with an arrow. So he should be aware of the play. He's starting to stockpile wood, so we will likely see a stable drop in a matter of moments. Check AoE 2 streams, numbers lower? You're dead wrong. You can like find a selective time, right? That's like walking out in midday and going, vampires don't exist. There's no vampires here. But then when you walk out at night, like you just basically are a giant blood bag that gets fed on, right? So, and once again, I'm doing this. Not doing much of it now. We're gonna do it in full detail on Sunday. The AoE 2 interest between Twitch and YouTube peaked over 47k. So just soak on that. So, Horsemen are now coming in, but B, so much time has passed, he's already onto the spears. I don't know, like, overall he's in a fairly good position. This is playing out quite a bit like the Beastie game, right? Where he didn't really hard commit on water, he just made sure there wasn't any commitment coming to him. Now, the value of doing so is over time, you are going to build into Aberrality eventually. And when you do, that's when you can finally win water. How does Dimmu get out of the problem that Beastie faced last time? A preemptive strike would be one way. You have mobility. Horseman Shinobi is very fast. Lombo Spears is not. But the difficulty is you're basically double melee against ranged, and all your opponent has to do in the end is like hunker down. So then you're looking for that switch, right? You can aggress, but once you aggress, you need to think, okay, now I need to get Castle Age to justify. So it's all about threading the needle off that 1-2 play. You could try to double down on water. I just think without the ability to sabotage, it's not going to be your big edge here. If anything, it's going to play into a bigger lead for B. KP believes in vampires? Well, yeah, like when I broke my ankle in hospital, like some person came by in the middle of the night and they legit were taking my blood. Coincidence? What's your excuse for that, Vampire? Oh, I'm sorry. I was just looking for the ketchup refill station. Both of them are red. They think I'm an idiot. B. Uh-oh. Well, this is awkward timing. Hey, honey. How you doing? Fishing for some fish? I'm fishing for some kills. Dimu has nothing on water. This is it. He went static defenses, and only one of them. Oh my god. He needs more boats ASAP. Keeping on the boats here. So what he's doing right now is gambling. He's saying B will think that I'm building a demo ship. He's not falling for it. He's going to pull the sprills back, right? But the archer ship doesn't have to fear a demo. Meanwhile, on land, Gold has been harassed and blocked. He's going to have to fight. We have got Yuumi added in, but Yumi's usually about numbers. He doesn't have many of them. The good news is B does not have many spears and is trickling them out to be intercepted. Oh. Okay, but we talked about what this can turn into, right? Because now B can just win water. Starve you out. Full macro up and then follow you to Castle Age. He's played this so well. Jimmy really does need to catch this army before it gets home. Very weird tree line that spawned in this game, by the way, and an L. It looks like he might end up taking the L in this fight. Spearmen are going to have to clash. We'll get cleaned up pretty quickly. And Horsemen will just bypass. So Lombos get mopped up as well. More spears being prepped. B. He's going to have to double up on the army at home. This pressure is coming. Good news for him. Timu just does not have a standing fleet here. Like, this is one boat. This is a token fleet right now. Like, hey, we participated on water. What do we get? To die. Oh. Don't like that. How have you got threading the needle on the bingo card for KP, but you don't have beat you with the stick? Come on. I have to beat you with the stick for that. Dive coming in. Horsemen have got the abandonment buff as well, but a lot of attacks being wasted on the king. Yuumi are going to try to get somewhere a little bit safer. King is finally going to go down, but he is tanked like a champ. Still a handful of horsemen to deal with. This is problematic. He needs more spears. These Yuumi are key, actually. These need to be removed, because as long as these are alive, the spearmen can't clean up here. We'll eventually mop through this, but a lot die in the end. Looks like he actually went for men-at-arms instead. Okay, so you did get a melee unit, which is the key thing here. Yuumi will get finished off, but these are the villagers, guys. This is not him all of a sudden having 20 more archers. I guess he does temporarily. It comes at the cost of idle. Now the triple damage. No. Dimu! No! He got tricked! Bamboozled! And screwed out of it all. Not the big wipe immediately, but the follow-up wave will clear all but 3 of the fishing boats. Good micro attempt there by Dimu. He's going to try to swap places here. So it does at least keep 4 fishing boats alive. But that will be all compared to B now with 11. Surprised B isn't finishing water. I think he wants to just keep him pinned off the fish, right? Like, Muriel don't know where I'm going with this. It's much easier to just starve the food than kill the docks at this stage. Right? Because, like, unless you've got, you know, like 15 spring rolls, even then, the big problem you have is until you get Castle Age and you get your hands on spring crews, you're so close that you feel threatened. Now, for English, you have Admiralty. It's not as big of a problem. But you don't have the increased attack speed. So there's still a lot of, like, time wasted looking at demos that might come out. Diving in again. If he can just hold this wave, I think he's in a very comfortable position. Just needs to minimize the losses. Pulls the villagers away. Yuumi just not that great at sniping in small quantities like this, and it's getting messy with the retreat. Dude, this is the thing. Like, when you have to run past spearmen, it can be painful. I get it. But, like, the attack speed usually can ruin them. But men-at-arms, especially with the attack speed and range, just feels like they get a double swing out when you try to run past them. Dimu, man, if he just had the food, I'd still believe here, but the lack of fishing kind of has him screwed. He's not in Castle Age. He's got way too much gold now. Bar a huge blunder by B. This feels close to done. Good micro. Denies the demo ball. What's even more worrisome is the way this is trending. Like, at this rate, B could just choose Castle as well, and he'd choose it with mass men at arms. Dumu is now resorting to mass Yumi. Against men at arms. I'm just not really seeing the way anymore. Has he actually got that much food on land? 11 sheep. Okay, that's not too bad. In fairness to him, he did go on deer. But we've seen the way B's been playing English here. He doesn't just camp. He's going to keep pressuring and look to constrict the map first. And then he'll go for the tech. One thing that is a little bit weak right now for B is definitely Lombo count. He has got more in the way. That's going to be where he could be kept in check because of the kite potential, right? Like, the men at arms are not going to die quickly to Yumi, but also the Yumi can just keep running away from you. Such a slow way to die. It's unfortunate, right? Like, if it wasn't for the huge lead on water, you could kind of believe that the Yumi count could get high enough to invalidate the men at arms to a certain degree. But the Lombos are going to stop that. Fishing is just kind of chill mode now. 16, meanwhile, Dumu is still only on 4. Doesn't really have the capacity to try and reboom there because it would take away from his tech timing. Yeah, like at 4 fishing boats, you can think about the first and second deep water fish, but not more, and that's good because to think about more is to build more boats, and you do not want to be building more boats at this stage. Oh, we've seen this before from B. He loves this position. Outpost coming up. Lombo count a little bit too high now. I don't think Dumu wants to fight this anymore. He'll feel like he's maybe got just enough space. Floating gate is on the way. He has got almost 800 gold in reserve. And the deer have been mostly tapped. There isn't really much left for him here at this stage. I imagine we just go straight Mount Samurai, right? Like, B doesn't have a single spearman to his name. Lombos are going to move across, though. We're going to snipe out 1 or 2 villages. Yumi are going to dive in. Nicely played. Dimu just trying to get rid of the LBs. Says I'll deal with the men at arms later. There's too many of them. B probably has to be thinking about reaching castle now. He's going to invest in another wave of troops to follow this up. Everything just kind of feels like it's in the perfect position to just be pushed over the line now. But dive to the back. Archer ranges are being dropped, so Onimusha makes a lot of sense here. It's why he was trading the Yumi against the Lombos. Once the Lombos are gone, you can play into Onimusha to kill the men at arms without any losses. But if they're here, you can't play it at all. So instead, it's going to have to remain more and more Yumi, and they are going to be vetted soon. I wonder, do we see the white tower build? He's been a big fan of it, actually. We've had situations on this map before where actually, like the Abbey would have, King's Palace rather would have made a lot more sense, but he still ended up going white tower. This one, I think white tower is just safe and makes a lot of sense. He's already got the win on water. You don't need to double the win. That is painful dot placement right there. Double hit for the demos. Nice, clean efficiency. Outpost is not going to go up. Does get denied. And what is up, Iro? Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you for the sub. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember to get those subs in, guys. Remember to click that link to support us by checking out the new AMD GPUs. Whew. So how does Dumi really get out of this chokehold? Yumi Mount Samurai. Could it really be it? My concern is the upgrades are going to come in quite fierce for B. And there's the white tower. We do have confirmation. Also, Dumi needs to be careful not just get baited into attacking foundations here. Remember, the Lombos outrange him, so you can kind of bait him to attack onto it and then re-engage. Villages? Oh my god, he's trying to stay on water. Surely not. No, so loses a few villages. An ambitious effort, just so difficult to do, though, in this type of game. I mean, in fairness, B only has 5 sprawl chips. And Dumi may just feel like if he lets B have the water now, it's too early. He doesn't have that transition point for land himself. Knights are going to get buffed up. The Yuumi have cleared the way of the MAA, and they are buffed up by the Bannerman as well, so like this is going to be a good trade out. I was dubious to think that B would end up losing them. I thought he'd be able to actually get away, get the upgrade in time, but credit to him, Dumu actually gets the wipe on the Lombos. But it's going to come at a cost. That cost is going to be on the high seas. Villagers once again going for the repair. What? B keeps doing this to himself, though. He doesn't pull the archer ships deep enough to kill the villagers. Wait, why is there an argument about graphics in my chat? I think both AoE 2 and 4 have their own appeals with their graphic style. Yes, I took the diplomatic answer, but it's true. They've got unique graphic styles, and I think both of them can be iconic. I've said before, the biggest problem, I think, with AoE 4s is AoE 4s just doesn't show very well in recordings. Because of all these little fuzzy details in the terrain, etc., they cause huge encoding issues. Like a lot of you, due to Twitch's limitations, the bitrate will not make the game look anywhere near as good as it looks. This poor boy and the little fishing he has. Dimu needs a big hit. A big wallop. Punch straight to the throat. Can he find a B? Interesting. It still doesn't have veterancy for Lombos. The men-at-arms are now beefed up. Yeah, and Dimu correctly realized he's like, okay, this is not a fight I can take like before. Knight sneaking. Okay, I love this. He's using the White Tower. Remember, the castle can produce units. And these are 2 hitters. Dimu doesn't realize he's so focused on the attack, he hasn't looked back at his economy yet and realized he just lost a chunk of workers there. Could be worse. Looks like B didn't realize there's additional people out here on the deer. But he's now going to get the heads up. Oh, God. Kind sirs? Hello? Do you have a license for murdering villagers? Okay, I don't think he wants to respond to me right now. This is ridiculous. This one knight could just win the game. He's gonna. Like, right now, Dimu just can't look away from this. And now a raid comes in on the east side. He's distracted there. He still doesn't realize. That deer is marinating in human blood. Is he going to see the others again? No. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. He almost saw them again. Second TC now. I think he finally realized what just happened out there. Knights also getting into the wood line. This is brutal. Now, B hasn't won water still. Dimu is still lingering on the edge. Like a disease that refuses to die. And yeah, people who've asked for the AoE 2 zoom out levels for AoE 4 don't understand, like, the scale of AoE 4 at all. I've said before, like, you know, AoE 2, even, like, AoE 2, when I've been watching AoE 2 on lands, when I was watching it last week, and I talked to people, they've kind of agreed. It's like, sometimes it feels like it's a bit too zoomed out. I think, in general, a lot of RTS is focused too much on zooming out. You lose a lot of the essence of the game the more you zoom out. The characters, the impact of the fights, the beauty of the combat, etc. Lombos? Are they overextended? I think they're going to be fine. The men-at-arms are just too muddied in this engagement right now. The Onimusha count needs to inflate for Dimu, but he just doesn't have the food income. Like, yes, he has this second TC to read bulk, but this is the issue. The farms aren't here yet. Ben has a huge starvation issue for the next 2 minutes. It's like he's coming in to try and clean him off the water now. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we ever got Spiral Cruise out of B. No, so it's actually making it a little bit difficult. Demo. Not exactly the most golden reactions. He has got the double arch ship, which should be able to clear the way. Meanwhile, there's a shove across to the gold on the east side. Master Men at Arms. I know, this is where you kind of just wish you had crossbows, right? Because you're not able to move anyway. Surrender placements are proving a little bit of a nuisance. He's buying a bit of time for the fortifications to come in. I just don't think it's going to be enough. Villagers are going to start going down again. It just feels like every time you look at this game and go, wow, Ben is kind of starting to pull back the villager problem a teensy bit with this 2TC. The gap gets bigger. Oh, another problem with the zoom in AoE 4. You see what it does there? It zooms on a curvature. So, like, that's, I think, if they really wanted to kind of even think about allowing to zoom out more to begin with, like, what you'd actually need, you need to change the design of the zoom. I don't think curvature zooms make any sense. Because when you change zoom, you're already changing the inherent value of viewing the game at from, like, a, you know, from a distance. But now you're changing it from an angle perspective as well. Which with spectating and like relatability can get very polarizing. It's like Golden and also got fans, man. Dude, these guys just won a long series. You can tell. Game number 1, B was dead for like a good 10 minutes. Dumu's kind of in the same way. And now the doctor has called it. 1-1. Intriguing. So, we will get some length to this era series. Let me mark that up. So, game number 2, Japanese versus English. And while we get ready for them, the curve gives it more depth in some ways, but that is not useful, just pretty. I debate the prettiness of it, and the reason is like it can make the angling confusing. Does that make sense? It's also weird we don't have a set zoom level in the menu by default. Like every time I come in, I need to remember to like zoom in 2 to 3 notches. By the way, guys, time to zoom into this adorable bugger. Ready? 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 See, not everything here is Pablo Escobar white. Say hello. Hello. Baby Drongo, mate, you're in the wrong chat. What? That's a baby pigeon. Oof. He's chilling. He's been fed this time. Alright, so. Next game. Where are we going to be going? He can wiggle too much? I'm keeping an eye on him, thank you very much. Let me have a look. So I think next game... Ooh, we're going to Coastal Cliffs. Marlins versus HRE. Let me get predictions set up. Eyes in the back of my head? Yeah. You know, because I'm a parent. Yeah, how dare you call my baby a drongo? It's a pigeon, damn it. Ban your ass. For a reconnect function, prefer anything else? Is that more realistic, though? And also, like, people saying about Beyond a Reason. I've talked about Beyond a Reason before. I think Beyond a Reason has huge issues from spectatability standpoint, if that makes sense. I've talked about it in length before. I'm not going to do it again. If you didn't watch those streams, you can go back and find them. Ta-da! Midway through the series between Dumu and B. One and all, welcome back to our semi-finals for KPMM 17. A fun one that is already getting some distance. This one, this is an interesting matchup. One and all, I feel like all the time I say that this is meant to be an HRE Ruffle Stomp matchup, and yet recently, time and time again, Malians are finding crafty and intuitive ways around it. As we saw the other week, between Wham and Beastie. Let's see what B can do to kind of get out of the headlock that the HRE should have him in here, especially with this type of spawn. Oh my god. Double gold on top of each other, and Dumu in the purple player's HRE is already opening up with those spears. This is going to be a tough one. And no, I don't think my son is sick. Basically, like, context, I came back from Germany very ill. I've done my best to not get too close to him as much as possible. Same with Freya. Like, the day I got home, I literally even set it up so that, like, you know, I said to my partner, I'm going to go sleep. Don't tell her I'm here. Because I didn't want to get mail. It has been one of the worst illnesses I've had at its peak. I don't have a pet pigeon, but I have pet cats. We're going to have to see how B can get ferocious in this one. He can't afford to be a pussy about this. Like, if he tries to just back away from this type of a situation, he'll have no gold. Like, this one will be too far away as well. So, like, Ben is trying to just force a subpar reaction. But B, he chose the Mansa. Interesting. With the outpost coming, it's a very, very deep outpost. If this does go up, B's in a very tumultuous situation. Why don't Malians do 2 TCs? Because it's quite greedy. You require the current circumstances to make sense for it. You don't do 2 TC right now because Pro Scouts is too good. There isn't really a Civ in the game that can beat Pro Scouts with 2 TC reliably. Hence why 2 TC meta has fallen off really hard. It's much better to just focus on Pro Scouts and then potentially go for Calboom. Or even just go Calboom, right? Because the other thing is when you go 2 TC, you come out here, you build a TC. Or there's 2 risks now. I'll come out here to build a TC, but now the risk is I'm going to have to gather things away from the TC, which is now another risk while I gather things away from this TC. If I go for a Calboom with Fulani, I just keep everything on one screen, and this is infinite food set up. Don't ever have to worry about leaving that area. It simplifies it. Alright, let me check predictions. I've got a funny feeling this is going to be... Oh, 88% for B? Have you seen this guy's like whole housing Bitmine situation right now? Why do people ever bet against HRE, I wonder? I mean, I did say recently we've had some weird games where HRE weren't able to close out. And Ben has yet to tech up, right? This has been quite the trade-off. Archer's now on the way. It's going to be a move out to the east side. But there's already a spearman waiting here, so that villager is going to have to delay that order. Is Dimu dead due to delaying cage up? I don't think so. And this is interesting as well. We've got mine work. Now that is interesting. No second prelate, though. I've noticed this recently from Ben. He seems to be neglecting prelate efficiency quite a bit. Like, we've had games where he's like 30, 35 on villages, and he'll still have like 1 prelate. Wondering what the thought process is behind it, considering you are sacrificing a 40% production buff to 9 villages. Right? So that's like missing out on 1 villager to gain still a net positive about 2.5 villages extra. And yes, the spin rush works for HRE because of the movement speed, but also their economy. And there's the second prelate. Because remember, they're getting 40% more gathering at the start. They're able to ramp up very fast. Then there's the wood they start with to just get them immediately to the racks. Like, it all just aligns beautifully. I wonder... Is this just going to be one of those transition fast castle type builds? I can't see it. I think you have to play the age. You know it's going to be pro scouts. You know it's got to already be on the way. In fact, we see it just get queued up. So if it's then... Yeah, it's got a little bit of stone being gathered. That's going to be the fortify here. He wants to make sure he's at least got arrow slits. But then I'm expecting this to be stables. Yeah, straight away. Open 2 or 3 horsemen, deals with the archers, and helps you deal with the scouts. And then you can get your own pro scouts rolling. Which he already has the mill for. He's actually about to tick it up in a second. Oh. Alright, while we wait, let's do a cliff check. You know, I'm not digging the feng shui of this cliff right now. You know what I'm realizing? I'm realizing that Avali missed an opportunity here. He could have easily Britified this map and called it... This could have been Dover. This map could have been called... You could have made White Cliffs. Oh, come on. That would have been perfect. Also, wait, like, you know, Shinobi check. Would we have actually had the ability? Yeah, we would have right there. I'm still waiting for someone to use Japanese Shinobi to blink down to the low ground. Oh, can you guys hear my son? He's very chatty right now. He's kicking a lot. He's like, they haven't killed each other yet? I can do it. Check my APM. Rolls across the keyboard. I mean, they should be scared. If there's anything we learned from, like, the previous week on land at the garrison, it's the old people are going to be forced to retire. Right? You know, like, look at Louis. APM too high. Bones too fresh. Wait, hold up. Nah, I'm just checking. There is a chance they meant to place a house and then accidentally pressed the wall key as well and then dragged up when he was looking to check on the deer to pro scouts them. No, he hasn't got it yet. Okay, no, this was an intentional wall. We do have walls coming in from Dimmy. He's going to be securing the flank. Yeah, so hunker down here. Very interesting. And he went to the south side. Yeah, so this is him just avoiding pro scouts. This is why he done it, guys. It's interesting because I just, like, didn't even double check on it, right? Like, the assumption here was he had 268 gold at one stage. Like, oh, yeah, pro scouts is coming. Ben took a different angle. He leveraged the predator to walk out and gather the deer. He's walling in the other deer pack so that his opponent only gets 50% of the deer that is paid for pro scouts, while Dumi will get 50% without paying. Spear's going to chase. I mean, if there was any map that you can kind of make sense of on, it has to be here, right? Like, with Coastal Cliffs just being a small squished map, you can go for these type of wall-ins on the deer instead. I like it. We'll see if it actually pays off. It looks like he's trekking towards Castle Edge. I imagine we're looking at Regnits. I think this is actually going to be the my sofas are better than your sofas build. Remember, guys, with Steel Barding, there's another name for Steel Barding. Do you guys know that name? It was a typical European thing. We stole it from the Africans. Yep, it's colonialism again. You know, we just appropriate. So when you translate good old Steel Barding through the system about 5 different countries, you come out the other side, it comes in as imported armor. Yep. No, we even convinced the Malians that they imported the armor from us. They had the idea originally, and then we stole it. That's what mine work is. This is literally just going to be a better version of sofa spam in Castle Age. That's kind of crazy. Oh, this is sick. Wait, B? Yeah, he's just grabbing the whole army and A-clicking. He's trying to hide inside of the sofas, but the horsemen are doing a good job of just clearing the archers. And that also does just slow down the return of the goodies, keeps his opponent on his side of the map, and now allows him to go for the Regnants without any impunity. And he already has a close-by relic ready to be gathered up. And on top of that, remember, because he did go mine work, he's already sitting on 2 prelates. So you can actually start pulling them now. Yeah, other kind of crazy thing here you have to remember is that he's going to be able to see if you then contest any of the relics. And All Pikes has just been doing so much work in this fight. Claim we sold a cheap knockoff? No. We sold cheap knockoff, and then they sold us the cheap knockoff, and then we sold back the cheap knockoff, and then they called it imported. Import tax systems, guys. It's a scam. I don't know, man. This is looking pretty on lock right now for Dimmu. B doesn't have a clean out yet, and he's already taken the bait. We talked about how his sofas are going to be worse than Dimmu's sofas. The only upside is that he'll move slightly quicker. Wait, you guys don't want to talk about taxes here? I'm sorry, you have to pay the Twitch tax for that to be the case. I'm seeing some people without subs and emotes in the chat. You think B went the wrong landmark? What? Why? Mansa? How so? I don't know. I think if you're not going to contest the outpost straight away, Mansa's absolutely fine. By the way, guys, there is actually a really good answer to this. And we have it, I believe, up on the YouTube side. I'll have to check my editor, but it should have been uploaded. Really sick game by Puppy Paw up against Louis. That was H3 Malians as well. What you do, anticipating that the outpost rush is coming, you build an outpost right here. And then you build a mill right next to it, and you drop sheep off here. So that you keep villagers here gathering food, and when anything comes nearby, you garrison inside the outpost. That's the solution. The NA brain just too big, I guess. It might be due to, like, you know, chemically enlarged fruits and vegetables being eaten, and then that enlarging the brain. But we'll just say it's because higher IQ for now. Is B gonna try to all in? From an age behind, on this type of delay, with barded armor likely coming in any second from his perspective. I don't like the sound of that. I don't like the fact that Doom is also throwing away villagers on this gold line. No, the worker kill count is adding up. These little trigger raids in the big payday. Looks like he's gonna be able to find another one here. Warrior Scouts are just so frustrating sometimes. By sometimes, I mean literally every single game you play against them. Even when it's only 2 of them. And by God, he's gonna send it. I wasn't expecting this. A ram rush against HRE is usually every player's worst nightmare. Because they just press one button and all your work is undone. VC's value. Is it the gold? I can't imagine so. There's one retracted behind. Food supply as well. There's berries back here in the corner. Okay, yeah, thank God. He's going to go for the castle. So I think what he's doing here is he's just kind of like prepping a ram maybe to harass if there's an opportunity. He's going to look to break through the walls with it likely, but he will be going up. Makes a lot more sense. And it is going to be the Farimba. Interesting. It looks like it's going to be... Wait, no, he'll hold. I was about to say, that it looks like he was kind of gung-hoing towards Musafadi a bit prematurely. Because we don't have the type of commitment we were really expecting from Dimmu. We would have anticipated Knight's Barded Armor into Mass Knights. Now, he got the Barded Armor, but he stopped at 2. So, with the options remaining for B, actually, like, the most logical one here would be Javelins. Now, B has usually been quite tempered with this. He doesn't rush to choose a tech investment like most players would. Oof. It's kind of rough, though. It gets caught building up all the production. There is a trade-off with B doing this, by the way. His economy is going to be feeling pretty weak. So, whichever unit he leans into, it needs to be the right unit. I think it is going to be, yeah. Mansa Musafadi. Okay, so we're getting Mansa Musafadi plus Sofa. I guess the issue is if you weren't scaling javelins by now, it's going to be way too slow, way too expensive. Mansa is just all about very cheap clump. Meanwhile, Dimu goes for 2 TC. Has other issues he needs to solve, hasn't made that farm transition yet, and the food is definitely running out fast. I think that's another reason why he leaned into archers, but this has me worried, guys. Like, Mansa is not the call into archers. The Sofa should do reasonably well. I think he was genuinely expecting Mass Knights. Mass Knights would have made so much sense for this Mansa Musafadi. And yes, Mansa Musafadi has gone quite well for players in the past. What's tricky, actually, in this particular matchup is I think Minework lines up reasonably well against Mansa Musafadi. Here's why. You get 4 melee armor, but half of that is already mitigated by all pikes. So if Dimu just starts bulking spearmen archers, he should actually be in a relatively good position here. It all comes down to like whether B stops scaling the archers though. Right now he has a 1-1-1 comp as opposed to a 1-1. And yes, to clarify, you can build a pit mine on an exhausted gold vein. You should go imp with tower defense? He's spread a bit wide for that. Even more so with these farms now. I don't see him likely just rushing imp here. Like, I think you've just had too many flashbacks to the last time B and Dimu matched up on this map, because it's on the channel and that game was, top of my head, I want to say an hour and 30 minutes long. It was a very deep state for Coastal Cliffs. I think it was one of the latest Coastal Cliffs games we've ever had. This Ram is actually kind of griefing him on the approach. So, what's the strike point? I mean, he's got split gold resources. I think you have to just go straight down the center for the farms. Catch them in their infancy. The problem here is B doesn't even know about 2TC, so he won't know to look on the left. Clover is coming, but the numbers don't look crazy for B right now. The Sofa is definitely a big threat. And if he sees these farms, he's going to dive in and he's going to get a freebie. Look at this. No defense at all. Dimu just bails on it. Oh, this is interesting. He's trying to kind of rope him in and split the fight. Yeah, because if the Sofa's right off, then he can jump the back line. That's crafty, man. Villagers do need to now get out of here, though. Spimmer not going to react, so he gets the perfect fight. I mean, sacrifice the arm for the body here. It's kind of crazy, but I think this is 100% the correct call. Taking that fight directly on with that many Sofa front lining would have been problematic, but now things are ugly. Look at this. Spearman just pulled him away. The Sofas are still going to be able to outnumber and kill the spears, but the main army is in a bit of peril. However, no, wait, Dimu? Wait until he's gone. Bloody hell, man. Bit anxious to get back to work, it seems. These Sofa are just taking so long to die, though. Curious that he didn't actually pull the crossbows to head over there as well. So we'll better scare away the army, but credit to him. Like, what should have been an irrelevant group removed from the main fight, actually in the end forced a lot of idle and a lot of kills. It's now a 12 villager lead for B. Dimu does have 3 relics in a Regnant, so he offsets some of that problem. Phillips to buff some of the economy as well. This was not according to plan, not how it was meant to be. Speaking of B, Sacred Sites are now getting decapped, and Dimu says, okay, you had your fun, but now it's my turn. This is ridiculous. Those Sofas are still alive. This has gone on way too long. If he doesn't find a substantial hit, B's going to get an additional ramp opportunity to go in again. the Warrior have is like Dimu's going for structures, but he doesn't actually have much in the way of burners. I wonder if, like, in hindsight, if Dimu, if he just pulled the crossbows at this point and sent them through the gate, how different could things have looked? Would we maybe be looking at 60 versus 60 villages? I mean, he is 2 TC, right? He can kind of shrug it off to a certain degree. But it does feel like he gave over a lot. And now, with only 9 crossbows here, I don't think this is the fight. No, and the crossbows, look, they're at the back of the formation. Because of formation behavior, the crossbows will be the first thing to die, which means everything here is in trouble. So Fazal just going to keep chasing. Only a handful of them left, but enough to absorb all the blows, so Dimu will have to run all the way home. We talked about that opportunity for another counter-offensive for B, and it is once again approaching. Military Academy is going to make things even worse, guys. It's all about getting Sofa numbers up. But Dimu, where did this come from? 16 spears all of a sudden. Okay, so B, he needs to get the archers out, keep them alive here. That's impressive, man. For a guy who was flatlining on the farm, still didn't have many of them up and online, on top of that, all the eco losses, he vomited out a crap ton of spears out of nowhere. At critical point as well, those Sofas were at risk of taking over the game. Just HRE things? I mean, it's HRE things, but it's not like everyone's attending the chapel. The chapel got burned down. People are preaching in the streets with the mine work build. Because it's mine work, and I take this prelate wherever the damn hell I need him. Right now, apparently, I need his 7 HP healing per minute. Mush! Oh, honey, you're gonna need a lot more than 7 HP healing. Oh, God. Just slow it down, roll it back. I think for Dimu, he's just not that phased by these back and forth tug of wars because he knows that he's got 2 TC. And he doesn't believe that B does. So we'll have to reset. One concern, you know, normally would be gold, but I think he'll be fine. With the relics as they are, the fact that the sacred sites have also been locked in for him has just been generating a lot of gold. In fact, it doesn't seem to be something that B's really giving any real due attention to. There we go. Sofa finally moves to the sides. Minework's not meta? Are you sure? What about this game? As long as Pro Scouts is meta, Minework will not be meta. Because it's too easy to condense all your economy into one location. Oh god, again. Ben, like... If I could choose between working in a sweatshop in New Delhi or working in Dimu's empire, I think I'd take New Delhi. 36 people have died so far. Some of them don't even get to walk away. It looks like he's going to save them, then they just stand still. I mean, these guys spend so much time running from Imperial, they get about as many breaks as someone would in an Amazon warehouse. You say you wouldn't work in the warehouse, but at least there they give you a pee bowl. These guys are probably just leaving trickles in the streets as they run away. He has denied the front goal, but we still have the back goal. That's the worst part about this. They died for a gold you didn't even really need. Now the triple ram. Okay, so B, there is a timing here. The gaps are real for Dimmu. The farm count is also still not like ludicrously out of control. It's getting there. We're now up at 39, but that's, I think he only just added another farm cluster. Plus, Dimmu's a modern man. He doesn't think that everyone should have to go to church, right? The prelate is trying to spread the way, but this is less, you know, grand priest in the middle of a cathedral, more Jehovah Witness knocking on your door asking how your day's going. There's only 3 of these guys, and there's way too many villages for them to buff. This guy's going to move now, trying to up the outposts, get access to those farms. I think Ben is breaking. There's so many Sofa this time. The poison arrow is behind it as well. We talked about these knights being better Sofas, but we never really saw it. Never really got the numbers. And with the Rams to follow us up, the damage they can do to the farms, everything around, like, we have to be, I'd say, about 5% away from Dimmu getting ready to wave the white flag. Especially if monks start showing up in this base. That makes every HRE player cry, and then afterwards they go, he had an onion. It wasn't real tears. There you go, guys. B is going to be taking the lead after game number 3. Question now is, do we get the full 5 set? I know, we didn't get all the knights. Just talking to him. He's cooing and carring at me. Cooing because it's a baby and carring because it's a pigeon. All makes sense. Okay. So, where is Coastal? Oh, it's down here. Excuse me. HRE getting busted like that. Oof. That's got to be a huge hit to your draft confidence. Like, HRE is just such a potent pick. You can't believe he lost off that. Dude, I've been warning people about this. We've been seeing it more and more. It's crazy, that matchup. It's like how frequently that's happening. Malian is really freaking crafty. They've just got a lot of new builds that I almost just feel like you look at it and you know, last week, like, I don't think I've seen that one before. Just getting very, very creative. So, I think, excuse me, given B's options, your opponent pick, I am. You come near me, I cough on you, you die. That's how it works right now. I am rougher than the Who Let the Dogs Out song. Get it? Because the roof, no? Okay. I know it's who, but who cares? And that, actually, just referencing that song just made me feel insanely old. Who got that reference? You should all be old, right? Who let the dogs out? Get that scruffy, that scruffy. Alright, so I think B, looking at the state of the draft. Oh, wait, did we just put Dim on 2 points by accident? Sorry. Right side win. Looking at the state of the draft, I think Dimmu's probably going to go to Lipany with Delhi. Sorry, I'm just, you got to communicate with them in the language. See? It worked. I think we're probably going to be seeing Delhi, and I'm wondering what B's going to do. Does he do the Ottoman pick? It didn't work out for him last time against Beastie. But we saw him Beastie Wham. There is really a way that it can just prove elegantly effective. They'll do speeches after that. Have you guys ever seen, I mean, it's like a UK advert. I can't remember what it's for. But they're in like the supermarket. And the kid starts like having a tantrum and throwing like stuff around. So then, it was either the mom and dad, I can't remember which one. Like, they basically get on the floor and start screaming and rolling around. And the kid doesn't know what to do with it. Just got to do that to them, man. They're like, wait, you took my job. And they're like, now I'm going to take your job. And that's how you convince your children to go work in a sweatshop. Because now they have to provide for the family. Boom. Yeah. His mom should be home in a sec. Freya will be back. She was at nursery. Her cousin's coming around today. As we look after him for a little bit on this day until his mum finishes. When is he applying for jobs? No, you don't apply for jobs. No. At his age, the way, like, that's not how that works. At his age, what happens is your father or mother go into a room with a man. You haggle on price. And then they have, like, this laundry chute that you slide them in. And they go down and they arrive at the bottom floor of the sneaker sweatshop. And boom. What you have to do is pick up and deliver the newspaper? No, nowadays, like, you know what you can do? You can do the editing for, like, my 4th YouTube channel when we start it. That's his job. Sorted. Alright, I think we've got a minute until we're going to be hopping in, because I don't think they've even got into lobby yet. Oh, wait, no, there we go. So, yeah, confirmed, it's going to be Lipany. Ben goes for the Chinese pick instead. Now, that is surprising. I thought he'd save that for Dry Arabia, but he has got Biz in fairness. So, Chinese versus French. You've got to be looking for a castle rush here. Can you do the AMD dance? What's the AMD dance? The AMD dance is whatever you like the victory dance is. Because I won, suckers. Whoop whoop. GigaChat PC. Look at that, guys. Still only 38 degrees. You guys like, how is it so cool? Because AMD handles the heat well, as does my Corsair cooling setup. All loaded, baby. Yeah, honestly, guys, go click on that AMD link. 9070. Whoop, whoop. A British man living in Sweden, but sometimes he feels like the most Chinese person in Age of Empires 4. One and all, welcome back. There we for action. Semi-finals upon us. Be on match point. Dimu going to the Civ that almost he's embodied at times in the history of this game. China, a Civ that he plays so well. The B, a Civ that plays so phenomenally well in the current meta. It's going to be the French. Lipany's going to be our map. Not just the Lipany you get on the ladder, though. No, we thought about this. We're like, we could go for the Lipany you guys get on the ladder, so you experience like what you're experiencing. Or we could have people not experience pain for once. We chose the latter. Yeah, we decided like it made more sense to just actually be like, hey, maybe it won't be what they're used to on ladder if they play in our weeklies. They'll be like, this isn't what I practiced. But it'll be a lot more balanced. I'm kind of hoping that we eventually get this version added into the base game. I kind of don't know why we still haven't at this stage. Like, you know, there's some things you can argue back and forth. You can debate whether it's, like, reasonable, whether it's worth the change. But this is, like, most definitely not one of them. This map is 20 times better in this format. So, scout rotations. Let's see if those ended up balanced. No. B only has 6 sheep. It's going to be 13 on the other side for Dimmy. That's to be somewhat expected. China does have better vision, so they'll see the scout sooner, they'll see sheep sooner. That's still pretty rough. Now, this backdrop does have some interesting curvatures to it. Because before the Pro Scouts meta, there was a really cool prolonged feudal fight that actually favored French quite a lot. I think with the changes, now with Pro Scouts being the focus and Fast Castle being a lot more feasible, China does have plays out of the chokehold. The tricky detail is trying to get your opponent off of just spamming knights. So I think for like Dimu, opening wise, to make the Pro Scouts valuable, we're going to be seeing him obviously open Spearman. He needs Spearman to deal with the initial knight from French, but that'll also give him a potential timing to try and block the 4 deer. Should be go for the enemy deer first, or go for his flank one instead. You're getting baby product ads? Is that a polite way of saying that you're getting ads about human diapers? It's okay. I know, like, we as the Age of community do tend to lean more on the elderly side of the gaming audience. We even have one of our most signature units in Age of Empires regularly say incontinent to us. I actually think... I'm trying to think, like, you know... Of all the lines in AoE4, the French knight going incontinent might be one of my favorite subtle ones. I'm not going to respond how I want to that comment from Deepak, because it would be mean to do it. What I will say is someone in Twitch chat could actually completely slay him right now with a response of, I didn't know that dolls could get pregnant. I'm not gonna finish it. That's mean. All right, we're in a positive mood today. We're trying to be nice. So Pro Scouts are gonna be coming in for French. Other side of Dimu, like we said, Rack's beginning, and then you can just prep Pro Scouts alongside. How did you guys gamble on this one? Wow. Okay, that's the tightest one we've had. 56% for B. Your wife's having a kid anytime now? Oh my god, congrats, bud. Hell yeah. Well, baby stuff you got the blasted with baby ads? Yeah, it's because, like, this is what I was saying. Every single browser out there, like, every single app, it feels like, collects data on you. That's what I was saying about, like, why I was very happy, like, when I approached the Opera GX guys to work with them, right? Because I looked at it, I was like, oh, nice, you can actually decrease the performance hit. Oh, it comes with built-in VPN. I know some people are like, oh, I trust Chrome. It's like, why would you trust Chrome more than any of these other guys? They're all built, like, with the same core dependent behind it, Chromium, and, like, they all basically, like, are doing things with data. Like, every single company does things with data. It's crazy. You look at one thing, and then all of a sudden you come back later on a website, and it's all you see on the sides and the ads. Right? Like, I joke not. After we'd done our integration with Protein Works last year, one of their competitors turned up on all of my YouTube ads. Yeah, in all seriousness, though, Opera GX cares about privacy downloaded. I'm sorry. I had to, because that just sounds so cheesy. But no. I think they actually, like, believe in the gaming audience a little bit, which is nice to see. It's kind of refreshing. I don't know. I don't need to do this show with you guys. I've already explained the value of Opera GX multiple times. Like, there is some really cool quirks there. And also, it's free to download and support the channel. So, give it a try. Like, what have you guys been thinking about, by the way? Some of you have downloaded and tried it. What were your thoughts? Have you been enjoying it? There's some things on there that I would even say is, like, quite cheesy. Like, I don't think I want the typing noises when I type or click. So I turn those off. But some people, I think, probably find those retro cool. But the spears are coming. They're going to be moving for the second deer stack as expected here. Meanwhile, looks like B is taking the alternative route across the map. I mean, what did I really think was going to happen here? By the way, kind of says everything that the Dimu tried to go these routes of, like, ignoring Pro Scouts. Comes to Chinese, he can't. It's just way too good for this Civ. So use a VPN. I'd have to double check exactly what you get from them. It depends on the level of what the VPN does. So the one for Opera GX is free, but, like, its main focus is just pretending you're in a different country, so you can get around things like geo restrictions. So what is the win condition for these two? Dimu, I think for Dimu, he's probably looking to just get out of the feudal age as quickly as possible. B, the longer it goes, the better, actually. It's classic, like, French knight spam. The longer we're stuck here, the more fruitful everything becomes. There you go. See, look this, I've trained you guys well. I don't even need to, like, explain all the benefits of our sponsors. You guys can now just do it for me. Boom. We're building a goal. Man, good interception timing there, though. I was kind of worried that all these deer were going to make it home, but Dimu actually revealed it at a fairly early point. He's now also sneaking out south side to take the deer away from B. Early signs aren't actually too terrible for Dimu. And in fact, he's built so many spears, he's now actually forced B to do something other than just building knights. Although you do need to be careful about trickling the spearmen like this. It's very expensive. Because remember, B is going to go chivalry. So you're just losing troops and not actually getting anything in return. Bar when small slip-ups like this happen. Oi, oi, oi. He actually chased. I don't know. I think Dimu's maybe just losing track of the spears a bit. Okay. This is really not... B, this is like not his best showing for sure. That's 2 knights going down for 2 spears. That's a 3x beneficial trade towards Dimu. Okay, the comedy of this, though, is like immediately as soon as he gets a good trade, the follow-up is Dimu then just throws away a lot more troops. So this game is still remaining like relatively even. Spears are now sharp on the gold. But the archers have been deployed, right? So they should be able to defend from close by. Shivs as well. Like, this is going to be fine. Wait, where are the other archers? Is this going to be fun? Do I need to get a paper bag as I say that? Dimu, not too far off the tech, so we're probably going to be looking at him going into the Imperial Palace just for the vision. Gives him early heads-up warnings, lets him know where the knights are coming from. B, had he not thrown away the additional knights unnecessarily, I think he'd be in a very happy position to say Royal Institute, but between the current knight count and the way that B's been playing recently, I'm kind of expecting Guildhall. And wait, you guys worry about needing a VPN to watch Korn? I thought you just, like, use an incognito and then change browser. Hey, there's the cool thing, guys. With Opera GX, you can literally set a button that when you press it, it changes all your current tabs to something different. You know, like when you're watching one of those movies and they have that, you know, that's like their gun shop and they just flip it over. It's like, wow, we're selling candy. It's that type of thing. It's genius. Okay, so now that we got the tech from Dimu, though, I'm imagining we're going to be looking at knights here. We are definitely looking at knights. Triple stables for the Lancer spam. You'd think this is a bad idea against French knights, but it's the idea that you can just vomit them out so quickly with supervision, and you have so much gold off of taxation that you can justify it. This is all about getting map control now for the relic timing. If you can get enough relics home, China is very cozy for the late game. Wait. Corn sites require ID in some American states? Dude, you guys just want ID for everything. Jeez. Wait. Just imagine that for a second. There are states out there where, like, the police cannot request your ID without probable cause. But a corn site can. Alrighty, back into the game where, look at that, we already have more knights for the Chinese than the French. Oh boy. Need IDs for everything except for buying guns? That's not true. If you want to buy more than 5 guns at once, you need ID. China's so dumb. Dude, I've been saying this for so long. Emlord, why are you not backing me up in the chat? I think China has, like, been one of the most key point busted civs for a long time. Like, conceptually, some of the things that it's designed around almost feel like they will always be broken. All right, dive in. Pretty strong timing here. The Knights can't clash because the Archer count is just too low. He's gonna have to take the fight, though. Shiv's out. Has to be. That's the only option B has, but remember, these are Castle Knights. They kill him too. We'll make it free. And he didn't, no, he did not have the melee armor. Luckily for him, though, he never got Bloomery 1. Yeah, so actually, it takes 4 hits there. Sick read. Gives him the hold. But all pressure. Pushing him back in his base means that behind this, Dumu is now running all the relics home, as well as a board pick and play, currently on the east side of the map. I think that's fine. Honestly, I think that was smart by Dumu. Like, do you want Spears long term? Probably not. You got more knights than your opponent. He just wanted him off the map so you could get the key conditions. So, look at the relic situation. It's going to be 4 relics in the base of the Chinese. A Borbekin, which also skews berries. This is very difficult now for B to contest. He's going to run out of food first. He doesn't have the gold play either. Dumu has full options. We have got to sneak around the back here. Unfortunately for him, there's just not much that he should be able to fish for here. 15 villages perfect on the TC, and then the wood line should be able to get away. Yeah, he's going to creep around for the gate early. Good read by B. JD versus Biz last game. What? You don't think he's going to go Ottomans? Villagers. No, wait. Guys, please. Oh, no, Dumu. He's like, I don't get it. Dumu's alls. They told me they lose their memory of that. No, he knew. Nice catch. Cuts him on both sides. Reactionary force comes in, but this is now the French player down by 10. And remember, Song Dynasty in effect, so that lead is only now going to build the Chinese. I don't know if it'll be JD Biz last game. It feels like it should, but then you've got that element like, do I want that matchup? No, so I'll pick the other Civ. So, like, the other options were Delhi Ottomans. If they somehow both go, I don't want this, and pick, like, Delhi and Ottomans to avoid it, that is always a sick matchup. Meanwhile, Knights again, just finding targets. I feel like Dumu's just really on point in this game. It feels like this undeniable we're going to a 5th. I mean, the guild hall is stockpiling, but it's just got such a long way to go in this game. And I don't think B's got much longer left in him. I mean, arbitrary counter is cool, but with such a weak economy, your opponent can actually beat you with crossbows. Which is hilarious, because in an equal game, that's never the case. Arbitrary are just a superior version. None. When Marine Lord is complimenting Ben, there's 2 possibilities. It means either Dumu played really, 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 really well, or he's trying to, like, inflate his confidence so that you can trick him in the finals. Those are the 2 possibilities. Actually, no, that's the third one. Third one is a good one. He could have been hacked. Should have been using our security methods on Opera. Jesus, Marine. You know, someone I was thinking about, actually, when I was working at AV2 the other week. When I was talking to some of the pros there's a really big underlying sentiment of this idea of, like, when the game is very clearly over and hanging around is very disrespectful. I thought about it, and, like, we don't really have that perspective in 4. We've limboed and then leaned more into the, oh, yeah, it's like he's playing low percentile recovery. Or he just doesn't know how over it is yet. So I don't know if that's because we're such a young scene, or if it's because of the way that people built their play style and reputation in the early days. Like, a lot of our front runners were these people that play like small percentile advantage and then they scale big, like Marine Lord, or these people who play the low percentile comeback like Beastie, right? Oh no, Ez ain't happy. Well, Mummy came in and then Mummy walked away, so I'm gonna go check on that in a second. I think B may need to call his mummy and cry a little bit, because this looks over. Chasing's coming. Outpost can't come up in time. It's gonna be a block on the food. We do have 2 TC coming in, which is ambitious here. I don't really see that being likely to work. I mean, as long as Doomy doesn't slow roll this, he doesn't really have much reason to. Once these farms are complete, it should just be a vomit of units across the map. Greenlaw, that's a baby, dude. I know you don't know what babies sound like because you live in the basement all the time. But this is indeed what a little baby sounds like. You have a niece? Yeah, it doesn't mean you have to see her. That's the perks of being a pro gamer. You can just sit in the basement for 20 hours a day. Come on. I love the way Marilla's arguing over these very small, petite things. I do. I swear I do. Chat. You just remember, now you just have to go, of course you do, Marilla. We're in his head, guys. If he loses the finals now, we get 50% of whoever beats him's money. Love you, bud. All right, so now he's going to have to rush out the other side. He did at least scout out that the farms are coming. I think Dimu now might get a bit paranoid. I know I said this should be over, and it really should be, but it feels as if B revealing those farms is now going to make Dimu think there's a final hit coming. When really, there isn't a final hit. There was a final hit to be had. Instead, now B is going to be able to get the castle defenses up to try and stabilize in this game. Why is he paranoid? He's so ahead. Just drop Rams. Rams? Did you see Rams? You mean D-Ram? Like you can get... Or rather V-Ram. There we go. Like you can get in that beautiful 1970 graphics card there. I'm sorry I had to use you like that. Click the link, guys. Do me a favor. Let's get AMD that awareness. No, baby's crying because the 9070s are sold out near me, so I couldn't get the latest graphics card, so I could start him on a gaming PC early. It's a shame. Is a graphics card worth having? And this is going to be a long game, isn't it? Oh my god. Red Palace? I can't believe... Like, okay, can I just get 5 checks? Because I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong here. One's if you think B should just be dead and we should be in game 5 by now. 2's if like, nah, this one's not even close to done. Like when we called it several minutes ago. Because it felt like Dimu had him bent over a barrel. And then he just kind of let up. He played for the safe late game, right? Historically, a good place for trying to be. Oh god, these losses. The problem that I have in this game is like, in this meta, is French isn't old French, right? The way that France plays right now, you don't want to be going into that hyper late game against them necessarily. Great Wall Gatehouse coming up. Toxic landmarks facing off. Alright, baby's gone. Say bye-bye to Ezzy. We found out why. Ugh. I didn't throw him out the window, I swear. No, Mummy came to get him. She kind of like peeked in earlier, looked, and then just left. He's like, oh, daddy can multitask jobs. The second TC. Oh god. Okay, this is gonna be a very long game. And the trade routes is a possibility to think about down the line, by the way. Like, if we reach trade in this game, it's gonna be very French favored. So I think for Dumi, he just wants to try and peek before that phase, and then roll over the map with a purple tide. B does have some big issues to resolve still. He may have got his tech up. What he doesn't have is long-term food. He's got a small quantity of farms, but irrelevant in comparison to Dumu's count. He's at 31, double the count already. Dumu's YouTube is all 45 plus minutes. Okay, I can tell you why it's always 45 plus minutes. Because the Age of Empires community in general prefers longer games on their YouTube view. Why do you think almost all of Dumu's games and Drongo's games are longer, right? People prefer it. Dimu can have quicker games, I've seen it. It's just, most of the time, not necessarily does something super interesting happen in those games. So, keep drops coming in on the west side. He could turn this into a stable area as well. Remember, the discounts are important for French to kind of remain competitive in the later phase of the game. So far, though, we're seeing no more French Knights. For the time being, it is just all about arbitrary spamming. But right now, he needs to really just double down on getting this economy layered. Meanwhile, Yuan coming in. I think Dumu has had enough fun playing with this food at the stage. With Pyrotechnics scaling into hand cannoneers, once he has about 20, 25, it should be the break point. Like, B right now doesn't have a threat to that. Better Receiver Horseman might look threatening, but 800 food income a minute to get those horsemen to start. He needs a lot more. I'm just realizing this is going to be a long day, isn't it? I'm ill. Do I Red Bull? It's probably not going to help the throat heal. I feel like I need caffeine. Alright, we're going to do a hill check. I am literally in that much of a mood. Which hill looks the best, guys? Yo, I kind of like this. It's almost like a staging hill. Last stand hill. This is just a boring square hill. These ones are not that impressive. Wait, are those all the hills? Okay, no, we've got two here. Okay, yeah, no, this is the best hill. Hill number 3 is the vibe hill. Like, this is the one where you just, like, hold the Giga Choke Point with mass nest of bees. Full, like, Vietnam music playing. Right, Ace of Spades in the background is like a million arbitrary die in front of you. And this is where the French commander like stands, looks, and goes, "Putain, l'ennemi, quoi?" All right, hill vibe check complete. You think this one's a Red Palace hill? Bruh, this is the Red Palace hill. Actually, this should have been the Great Wall Gatehouse hill right here. Oh. Seator's now coming in. Wait, is he just... Oh, dude. Is this just going to be a full range target in the end? I mean, your opponent can't afford mass knights, so why not? Just do hand cannoneers, do nest of bees. So Dumu is a British person who lives in Sweden, who embodies playing the Chinese, whose spirit animal is the American Constitution, because this guy seems obsessed with guns all of a sudden. This is crazy. Oh, right now, B has the biggest gun. One cannon to rule them all. A lot of targets. Why would you put a giant tower somewhere your opponent can't go anyway? This isn't real life, bro. We don't have range. Hey, hey. We have size, though, and that size can be like dominion overall, right? That intimidation threat. Maybe we just need physics in this game. Knock over a castle, it just crushes the whole army. I mean, China should win this. I think Dumu just doesn't quite realize how far ahead he is. Not in his totality, right? Like, he'll be aware, but he just wants to basically park it safe. Like, right now, this is the trash army, mostly. So, over time, as this dies, it's going to be replaced by the quality army. It looks like he's going to bait all attention home. He has also still got the 8k over here, right? Like, he's not going to run out of gold anytime soon. And another reason why Dumu is showing a lot of respect is this. Guildhall is just such... It's one of the most toxic landmarks in the game, actually. In a less obvious way, right? Like, I talk about toxicity in defensive landmarks, that's obvious, but the Guildhall just gives you so many second chances. It's why it's easily one of the best landmarks in the game. So it looks like half the army hung around to fertilize the land. The other half decided to go looking for a better place to fertilize the land. They're not really finding anything. But we did talk about this being the throwaway force, right? That this is meant to disappear. And then as we can see, the replacements are coming in, the good units. Oh, you guys talking about like the caffeine and doing no caffeine type thing? Yeah, I've heard more recently, like from some people, they said they tried the no caffeine and it just didn't really have an effect. But that's to be expected. Like, it's a drug, and drugs, nootropics, etc. affect people different ways. Okay, let's get predictions in, guys. How long is this game going to be? How grey is my hair going to be before this is over? Am I going to, like, open Dumu's stream after this one, and he's actually going to have, like, a full set of hair, where, like, so long has passed since he actually, like, fresh shaved? It's full on just regrown? And surely not. We do have the bombards now coming up. Now, this is interesting. I've been on record multiple times saying, actually, I think the cannons are, like, the best. Only bested by the raw cannons as the best siege weapon in the game. This tech does balance things a bit for China. Reload drills for the bombards. I still prefer cannons for the lack of a deploy. But if you get a static fight with the fact that clock tower as well, these things should just destroy everything. Now burn through attempt coming in. Reinforcement. Bombards are showing up as well. This is an expensive dive, though. There's an armless emplacement in there. Similar to the issue with the TC dive. Grease drop not happening, a little bit surprising. B could use it right now and just hit everything he needs to in range. Castle is low. Repair crew being pulled. The bombard shot, not quite enough. Down to 10 HP. He will finally make it crumble. But it costs him a whole army. Now the chase is on. Not much of a back line, let alone a front line here. Nesta Bees is still doing good work, but we'll force the arbitrate back. It's crazy just one Nesta Bees is that threatening. He has to retreat. But the 4 cannons. Oh, wait, no. What? B, no, B. You took half its health. No. This game went on for how long? Oh, God. The even more wild part is the fact that somehow, despite that fumble, B still has an army lead. Might not be for long, though. 18 hand cannoneers, make it 23 in total. My throw is going to be dead by the end of the day. I'm already predicting it. I'm just not really sure what B is meant to do with this type of push. He's switching hand cannoneers now. I would normally say I like this. You know, you have got the castle discount them, so you're paying strategy prices. But the problem is you're doing this against vastly superior Chinese hand cannoneers. They got move speed, they've got range. There's no area in which you are better other than cost. Even then, like, you get some of the money back via taxation, right? So it kind of rebalances itself there as well. And yes, we do have pagodas. Dumu is just vomiting out so much resource. The only reason why you looked up here and it looked dire is because he's been queuing so many hand cannoneers, and they are not cheap. Oh, no. There's nothing low-key OP about pagodas. Pagodas are, like, absurd. 250 passive resources. That's more than Regnitz gives you. Now, of course, it's different resources, but still, it's passive resources. When you talk about capping your economy, it's very efficient. These nested bees are ridiculous as well. Normally, cannons are just a solid defense against siege like this, right? You just build 3 of them, snipe them out, but look at the health. The clock tower effect plus the siege work just makes them impenetrable. More ground given over. I mean, he has to finally be seeing the light, right? Go towards the light, B. Accept it. There's a game 5 waiting, encouraging, begging you to come. Oh, I see why now. He thought he could get away with trading. Unfortunately, Dumu, he scouted it as infancy. It was only 6 traders deep. Well, with that critical detail revealed, we might have a problem. If B could have got trade online, down the line, we would have been looking at return to Knights, and Knights can actually just destroy this comp from Chinese. Now, that time shouldn't really exist. Dumu's marching forward. He's got the bulk of the army together. He's got hand cannoneers that are very, very easily able to kite away from even horsemen due to the Yuan. I wonder how obnoxious the new cavalry for Knights Templar is going to be. Just thinking about that. It's kind of an interesting thought, right? Because I think they might have like Polish cavalry coming in. Looks like they've got Spanish cav. But now it's all about the French cav. Nice cleanup. Hello. B, the sleeping beast, has risen from his slumber. Great attack there. Pushes back all the siege. Dumu's gonna have to reset. Think maybe about sacred sites, but if he ever wants to do that, he needs to deal with the Red Palace, and that is a big Goliath to slay. Shout out to Mixu from StarCraft and Stormgate. How is this game still going? Yes. That was all you wanted to know, right? Honestly, it shouldn't be. At this stage, this game should have crumbled to nothingness, but throughout this series, there has been a pattern between these two. I think somewhere they must have said, I refuse to ever lose to, and then insert your opponent. Because multiple times in this series, we've had the clear GG point, and then they've still not been called. This one, at least, has not been called for good reason. I don't think B's dead. After Dumu lost the siege like that, this is a little bit shaky, a little bit flaky. All the horsemen have been cleared up. B needs to get more horses out here right now. He can't run away, remember. Yuan Dynasty is a big issue. He will get chased. It's kind of a do-or-die situation. Cannons are trying to fire off, but no, he's overextended. He needs to get away. Best thing you can do here is protect the hand cannoneers. Throw away arbitrary if need be, but try to scale HCs. The issue is always going to be these cannon losses just feel so expensive. Stonewall's now going up. He might even get them just in time here. Or he could grief himself. However, there is a castle protecting from the high ground. So we'll eventually clear these boys out and then be able to walk. But no. I think he's finally dead, guys. For like the 4th time this game, I've called it. I mean, his gold is like truly just disappearing now. He already done the pull. There's no more gold access. Dumu had to do a double take, but he got here in time. I think despite how slow it looks like Dumu rolled this game, in a way, he actually played it right in the end. If he'd rushed and got it wrong, and then trade gets set up, or keep drop secure the gold for too long, he's going to get curtains by French gold late game. What Dumu needs to do now is just make sure he's not going too hard in the siege and make sure he's bringing enough spears. If he does that, he should be quite safe. So, deciding game on Dry Arabia. Do we get the Jean and Byzantine matchup? Or could we be looking at Delhi and Ottomans? Delhi Ottomans is very thrilling to me. Played right, it can be one of the closest and most action-packed rather matchups you'll find in AoE 4. Whereas this one featured a lot of action, but just kind of turned into a meat grinder in the end. I believe the meat grinder has run out of resources for patties here. G4 in the hands of Ben. Jesus, that was a long game. So, payout for Ben. Deciding game required. We just had China versus French. Left win. I need to remember to refill my water. And also take some painkillers after this game. Yep, that's just how painful the game was. Ew. No. Yeah. I'm getting headaches. Actually, maybe I harass Emma. She's only got like 2.5 toddlers. Because, you know, Ezra's a baby. So it's like, he's not running around. Yeah, she's only got 3 kids to deal with. You think Delhi? I was thinking like he might go Delhi, but I don't know. Biz versus Ottomans is pretty good for Biz. And Biz versus... what's the other one he hasn't played? OTD? Trying to think how that one usually plays out. I think Biz can be fine there. Like, Biz almost feels too safe. Delhi, I think, has risk of Ottoman. Delhi versus OOTD is kind of intriguing as well because, like, Ghazi do wallop fairly hard for what they are. So it looks like Dumu did go for the Biz. I believe they've quickly gone to get to have a toilet break or whatever. I'm quickly going to walk the baby seat inside and get some pills. So I'll be right back in like a minute, okay? So bear me a sec, guys. We should be ready to roll when they are. All right. Turns out the seat's going to stay higher. But I have got my painkillers. By the way, guys, this is a perfect moment while we wait for them to have their little break, because, like I said, they're going to have a little bit of a stretcheroo. To remind people that we are working with AMD this month, in case it wasn't obvious for us talking about it. But the link that I'm trying to tell you guys to check out, click on it. It actually helps out immensely. They're doing an awareness campaign. I'm even going to drop it in for the YouTube audience so that they actually have it to reference as well. But this is about the new 9070 graphics cards, the 9000 series. A little bit confusing with some people because they did that basically hop from the previous generations naming format up to the 90 series, but on 9000 series rather. But overall, these things have been doing really well. I've been impressed with mine. I've not got the newest 9070s, but I switched over to AMD for the first time ever a few months ago, and I've been blown away by it. These are great. The challenge right now for a lot of people is going to be getting these at the RRSP, where's today, the retail price. But if you can, this is the performance gain I was talking about over the comparatively priced last generation card. These are actually real performances gains, generation after generation, which is what a lot of people have been looking for with this year's GPU launches. And AMD actually hit it. So overall, these are actually a very big upgrade for a lot of people. On top of that, I've been hearing resounding things about Super Resolution 4, the DLSS equivalent technology that they run, the FSR4, has, the way it was described to me, the most recent DLSS at its peak quality would still be seen as top, but then barely just behind it is now the FSR4, and then they're rating it ahead of the less efficient forms of DLSS, which is an insane improvement, by the way, out of these guys. Ray tracing also was already good on the previous generation. I tried it a lot with the 7900 XTX on a few different games, and it was definitely worth it. But this is a card, by the way, targeted at people who are looking at the mid-range graphics cards. The mid to high, because it's still $500-$600. For the low end, I believe they're going to have more coming later in the year. IRC, I'd have to double check, but I believe they did announce one or two, and there should be more graphics cards in the future. But honestly, I know a lot of people have been waiting for an alternative for NVIDIA cards, because a lot of people already know about NVIDIA cards. This is it, guys. This is actually, this has done it. They actually have done it. It's finally time to start not just thinking AMD can only do CPUs. I think they've actually done a really good job with the GPUs here. But even if you're thinking of just buying and aren't looking to buy right now, like I said, click the link. It helps us out immensely. I think, yeah, it's sold out everywhere. It says everything it needs to, right? There'll be more coming, but this is a perfect awareness campaign for you guys to get ready for when they do come back in to stock, because they are definitely worth investing in right now. But yeah, with that in mind, I believe... Oh, did they just get back? They did. They were quick back. All right, they're 2 minutes in. We're going to hop in. I didn't even pop my pills. All right, we'll do 2x to catch up. Predictions. I'll quickly pop my pills. Because otherwise, I am going to be in for one hell of a throat and head pain. And yes, I'm working with one or two brands to do actual gaming laptop integrations later this year. So I'll have news on that, but we have to wait for the newest generation of GPUs to be available in the laptop form, okay? But yes, there's definitely plans for that this year. All right, one and all, this has been a hell of a series. It's actually gone all the way to a deciding game. And it's going to be one of my favorites as a Europa Universalis 4 fan, because I may try to get them out of this enigma every single time when I go back to that beloved game. Byzantines, and how the hell did they survive the Ottoman onslaught? Well, luckily it isn't 1453, so they're not just a single state, they're going to be an entire empire still. And luckily, in Age of Empires 4, for Dimmu, the Byzantines have been looking a lot better than the Ottomans have when these two clash. B's a creative fellow, though. We're on 2x speed. That should come to a close in just a second because we're a few seconds out from live. But got to give it to him. I think B's had some really creative builds. There aren't many players that I look at picking an Ottoman right now, and I'm like, oh, this will go well. But this is one of the players that I think has been capable of delivering the threat and potentially getting the kill. So I'll have to see what he can actually cook up here. Because one thing I have noticed that can sometimes be his downfall is his obsession with pro scouts. Usually the Sultani trade network is indicative of that. I do wonder, by the way, if B was picking Ottomans in anticipation of Dumu going for the Delhi. Because that was the alternative option. And the Delhi matchup is one that we've seen B tried to play Ottomans into in one of the previous finals, I believe it was, up against Beastie. There you go, guys. We are now as live as possible. I still like the idea of like a 1.4, 1.5x speed mode for AoE4. I don't know. Call me crazy. So Spear's going to be coming out. The goal of this is going to be to shove in the deer. Unfortunately for him, Dumu is all too aware of his shenanigans. I feel like if there's 3 players you've got to keep an eye out for deer shoving, it's Wham, Puppy Paw, and B. Like, these 3 do it more frequently than almost anyone else. So Spears will just try to punish him by trying to take out the sheep. Won't be able to do so. He needs to wrap around and get the rest of the deer. He does know. Need to be careful as well because the charge is going to recharge, so they'll be able to gap close quickly soon. How do you guys predict, by the way? Wow, tight again. 57% for Dumu. Barely anything in it. I love that. I mean, we warned about it, right? Like, these two tend to deliver 5-game sets. Very long days. And any other day, I'd be thrilled. Today, with my throw as it is, I'm scared. It looks like Limitane arrived. That's interesting from Dimi. Opening with Limitane this swiftly. With nothing to react to currently. But he just wants to try and deny any equity. And B, did he actually get any sheep? He's on 6. So not a great deal, right? That's 7 on the other side for Dimi. But of course, Dimi did move across in the berries. So it's a little bit of indiscrepancy there. But the worrisome part is now, I think what Dimi was thinking here is double deer in one location. If he wants to play for the deer at all, I can just camp right here. Because Byzantines are never going to look to play pro scouts. It just doesn't really fit their repertoire, I'd say about 95% of the time. Because you miss out on the mercenaries. So he's going to try to vomit out Spearman plus longbows to sit here. And B, because he saw the Limitane, he had to react archers. So Dumu kind of got what we wanted. He kept him away from the javelins, which would have been ideal here. And now what's worrisome is he's gone for the double Imam point, which does give him AoE healing. Great against mass spearmen. Terrible against ranged. Only a 90 HP unit, the Lombos can kill you quite fast. Now, luckily, one group of Lombos won't be quick enough. 2 groups is the threat point. Is there anything else that Dimu can lean into off of this push? The gold is back spawn, so no. Tree lines are fairly split, so he has options. I think it's just all about food denial. I mean, pretty much all the food is here. Double berry, double deer. The problem is pro scouts just came in. He needs to deny this straight away. First one's already getting home. Lombos have arrived. But he does see it early, so he can pull back, and he already has the Sipahi queued up. Now, really important thing here. Love that Dumu's rushing towards the blacksmith timings. He needs them. The meta's already been queued up, and that's going to be able to offset a lot of the threat here. You can get rid of one of the range damage. You can increase your own attack speed. So he has to show that relevant level of respect. Meanwhile, it looks like B. Is he going off to snap? He is. I mean, he knows he's been seen here, right? So he should be aware there's going to be a cut of troops to try and deny him. Looks like he's trying to get cheeky moving out on the east side again as well. So if you're wondering, like, with solo Lombos, why does B not try to poke at him at all? It's because these spearmen are obnoxiously tanky. With the shield wall plus the 100 HP, they just don't die fast. So they're very deceptive in fights like this where you've got even numbers, or even-ish. He just doesn't want to take that risk with it. Not to mention the fact that 5 of his units aren't really military units compared to only 1 of Dimu's. Speaking of Dimu, we do have more berry gathering. He has got the 8 stack in the corner, but no system buff, unfortunately. Yeah, a little bit surprised we don't at least have just a solo system being dropped here to inflate the income. Ah, there you go. That's the problem. He's already got 3 at home. I guess we're going for like the long extension. Outpost first because he's a little bit worried that the army is coming, and for good reason. B is not happy with just standing still and watching. It's going to be a move on the flank. Ten Lombos will one-shot imams. Would you like to check your math? So, imams have 80 HP. Sorry, 90, right? Yeah, 90 HP. Would take more than 10 Lombos to one-shot. 10 of them do 70 damage. So you'd actually need 13. And that's if your opponent doesn't have undermesh, which he does. Maths. I got bored halfway through that mathing. Let's see someone kill someone. Yeah, Dimu kind of needs that third group to feel pretty solid. At this stage, the Imam snipes is not going to really matter too much. They're both trekking towards castle. We're reaching past that point. All it does is denies your opponent rushing relics. Which is still nice to do. Dude, these two have been very... very angsty. There's been constant reluctancy to engage between the two, right? You can almost see how they've got each other on a knife's edge. Throughout, not just this game, but most of the games, actually. It's going to be a roll and retreat. Dimu knows he can't stand here, not with the supply he's starting to mass up. Especially when he knows that half of his resources are actually just going into a stockpile to tech up. Can't take the risk. Clash begin. Meta with the armor arrow. Imams not being target fired. That is going to be +2 armor, but the snipes do come in now. A bit of a miss micro. Dimu, he gets the meta, but whiffs on both the Imams. That will be a forced retreat, though. Without the aura, there is no sustain. However, after that, it looks like B's going to be the one winning the race towards castle here. And then Imperial Armory now coming in. Okay. Who likes Springles? Anyone? Anyone? Nobody? Alright, there we go. We got one. Congrats. Your reward is everyone else in the room looking at you with great judgment. Yeah, B loves his Springles. You know he's going to be looking for them straight away. It just makes a lot of sense here as well against Limitani. Bulk. It's awkward against this comp. I will say that much about it. The thing you have to keep in mind about this particular comp, as I take my glasses off, is that Limitane are going to be very, very close to you quickly, but Lombos are always going to stay far away. So getting maximum penetration is difficult compared to other compositions. Because the logic here is, like, you know, if there's a unit here and here, it's harder to actually align that shot. You much prefer to see Springolds when you're up against just, like, you know, Limitane, Vranjin combo together. Because then you can hit 5, 6, 7 targets all at once. How good is my vision? Not very good, you jackass. Guy wears glasses, you're like, how good's your vision? It's like seeing someone on a blood bag and going, oh, how good's your blood levels? Yeah, I am 2.5? 2.5, I think it was. Yep. For some people, your mother is 5 drinks away from pretty. For me, she's just 4 steps. I'm sorry, that was mean. Okay, so really big stalemate. Like, I'm reflecting on how much of this series gets uploaded, really, you know, now that I think about it. So I was recently saying that it would be so nice to kind of have highlights of series uploaded, sort of thing, or highlights of like long games, like trimming it down to like half its length. These might be a perfect example of where to experiment with that idea. We just kind of had a stare down for the last several minutes, right? Fast coming in now. Archer's are going to stop a step away, but they're pretty much just being dispatched off to get rid of Libertane to be replaced by something better. Zapai might get a fantastic fight. Yo, check this. Yeah, Lombos have to pull away. Dimu, the veterancy still isn't in yet. Knight leading the charge as well, so if he just A-click targets, he's going to target the worst possible unit imaginable here. And the ranged armor has been activated as well. They need to find his way into the TC, but if you're in the town center, remember there's no one, or no room rather, for the villagers afterwards. So we'll immediately leave the other side, but this is looking overwhelming. Like a swarm of bees. Attacking from the hive. Akatoy gets activated. Villagers have to stand their ground, but look at the economy. 12 villagers make it 14 dead already. This is adding up to an insurmountable lead. And an absolute destruction in swift timing to round out our series. Wow. What a game from B. I'm sorry, what was that? Ottoman's underpowered? Nah, guys, just play against the Civ that doesn't do pro scouts, then do pro scouts. And that is how we win a game. Okay, I'm sorry. What can I say, guys? It's not even the Ottoman win. It's the pro scouts detail. It's got to me. It's in my head. I kind of feel bad for Ben because like he went about his way for most of the series trying to win without pro scouts, which, as you can hear from my cough, I'm allergic to now. But it's undeniable, irrefutable, indisputable. Pro scouts, too good. He'll play this one out a little bit. I'm not surprised with the way the game's been played today. But this has to be just one awkward raid away from just waving the white flag. Or an army loss. Either one. And that army loss is about to happen. This is brutal. There's no running away. Remember, Lombos are slower than archers. And the knights just take too damn long to die. Not just that. Oh, come on. They were waiting here all along. Be reasonable. No reason here. It's going to be a B Marine Lord Grand Finals. An epic one, for sure. Oof. No non-oil units? Because oil's the best. Right? I think that's the logic we go with. Oh, sorry. Just got someone offering a bit of a very bafflingly bad deal to one of my creators. Anyway, I'll deal with that later. Oh. I can't believe I just opened my eyeballs to that. Anyway, epic series. GG's to the boys. Well played to be in the end. A very close one. I don't know if the fatigue was setting in. It must have felt like a long day. I know Demi usually likes to wind down about now, but that set felt long. It definitely felt like it takes the wind out of you a bit. But props to B. That means we do have our grand finalists. That's definitely how you say it. What I'm going to do now, so let me quickly update the graphic. Because we can now layer that into the cake, as we know who's up against who. By the way, guys, what do you think of the chair I'm in today? Do you like the new chair? I'm digging it. I do need to sort the arms out. You can actually customize them to go wider and a little bit lower. Like, this might be the first in a long time for a gaming chair where I leave the arms on, because usually I remove the arms just because I just don't want them. They're in the way from tucking in at the height that I like. But one sec, let me update this. I just realized I had Anatan did get a point in this game, so I'm going to update that now as well. So this is the painted picture. Wow, look at that painted picture. Dude, why does it always do this? There you go. So we're going to have a B Marine Lord Grand Finals. And let's have a look. What was I going to do? Something I forgot I was going to do. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we need to update the title. So, Grand Finals. We're going to have Marine Lord versus B in a best of 7. But yeah, guys. So it's Thursday? Yeah. What? Can't believe it. Yes, it's going to be a long series of games for B. Checo's nice to the case? I agree, dude. It's a fabric one as well. I didn't realize, like, at first until I got it out and felt it, because it's, like, a very unique kind of look with the fabric. But this is the frost color one. You can get them in green, or you can get them in black as well. It's like an off black, and the green is like Sherwood, so it's almost like leaf green. But I like this, man. This is the high-end one, the TC 500 Lux. But they have got cheaper ones as well. But they sent this to me because they want me to let you guys know there is actually a sale going on right now for these chairs. Do you guys know that? Wow. There you go. If I go across, I can show you. In my window capture down here, click here. You can go across, you can check them out. It's not just this one that's on sale, there's a lot of them on sale right now. So currently you can save £75 on this one. But if we go into the game chairs area, if you want something a little bit more budgeted, they've got you covered on that one as well. Into chairs. So the range has different amounts off. So the T3 Rush is probably what would fit a lot of people. That's the like the mid-range budget ones. That's got 70 quid off, so actually quite a lot of savings. Honestly, though, like, I know that this one's more towards the luxury end. I'd say, like, I've had a few chairs that are at this kind of price, and I've sat in these type of chairs before. And this one is, so far, I mean, it's very early days, but really nice impression. It even has, I haven't really messed with them yet, but on the sides here, there's knobs to adjust the lumbar support location at the back, which is pretty cool. I didn't expect that when I got it. It's like, okay, I'm going to have to figure out where my spine would be most comfortable. Yeah, like it's rolling up my back right now. So I think it's like now up to like here instead of being down here. And I think you can flat pack it, or you can have it like extrude out big time, depending on what you want. It's really cool. A knob in the center of the cushion too. Wow, I wonder what that might be. I think you've got a different kind of chair, mate. Find out the guard. But yeah, guys, big shout out to Corsair for sending this across to me. These sales are going on from now through until the end of the month, so you want to check them out, definitely go right ahead. But I believe the boys are now getting ready for the draft. There we go. Yes, already underway. Where's the map? Oh yeah, sorry, we're using all maps. I'm an idiot. Need to remind myself my map ball. I do this every time where I'm like, where are the maps? I'm like, oh, that's right. We're now in the finals by my own design. So Sacred Grove, default. And then let me quickly just list them all out. We've got Coastal, into Dry Arabia, Holy Island, Lipany, Prairie, and finally we will get some Socotra image. Whoop, whoop. One sec. Oh, and I'm gonna get a ping ready for the server so they know that Grand Finals has begun. Okay, so draft-wise... Wait, Marino got this Juji at the end of... Okay, what? Yeah, B's very obsessed with this Jean French pick. So Marino's trying to use it against him. The H come through again. I mean, the way it was used for Ben didn't work out very well for him in the last series. I think it just was a bit too sluggish of a playstyle. But Juji in there is pretty slick. China, of course, not making it through. I'm not too surprised by that. And then, of course, we have Holy Island in, so English can make a lot of sense there with Japanese. He's pretty much ticked both boxes. I feel like he actually... Yeah, he leg swept him. This was intentional. So this is really good for Socotra, but it also removes B's most popular pick for Holy Island. He doesn't have like an insanely powerful pick for Holy Island. He has his kind of pseudo weird but effective Byzantines. Order the Dragon could be there. We've seen the Ibid build that the Canadians done. Perhaps we see that come out. But yeah, a little bit interesting with the way the draft was approached there in the end. Not quite what I was expecting. But the boys should be getting set up, so we should have lobby going up in like a few minutes. A reminder, there is like a stream delay, so we will have to wait 5 minutes to get in, but anyone streaming it will have that delay as well, so you're not missing anything going anywhere else. I took your bits? Yeah, I'm holding on to them, dude. Stockpiling them. Interest and all that crap. Boom. Why wouldn't Marine pick Juji before it becomes last pick? He's gambling it won't be banned before the last pick. Because there's so many other things that your opponent's going to want to ban. So for a start, like your opponent wants French, right? He's basically dangling French and saying, look, what, like I'm going to get it or you're going to get it because the pick order. You know, same with things like the Malians and Chinese. So it's all about the delicate balances of like how and where you let certain things through. Because normally, like, what you want to try to do is be in a situation where when you ban something, you're able to leave something else until like last, right? So for example, usually what you'll see is, let's say, like, Timmy decides to ban Malians as his fourth ban, but then he won't pick it to the end of the draft. Like, that's an ideal world, because then what you're doing is you're essentially like getting an extra desirable pick compared to what you should be able to do. 1 week with no bans, I think it'd be terrible. I don't think Age of Empires 4 is the type of game that functions that well without that ban system. Sometimes, like, this is the thing, when people are like, yo, I don't like the ban system, I'm like, maybe 2 is more of a game for you then, because I feel like even though 2 has bans, it could probably like be without them more than 4, should we say. I think 4 is quite conducive to this issue with like the design of civs and counter picks, because counter picks rock a lot harder into 4 than they do into 2. An off meta week, a cool idea. I think you gotta be careful not to ask too much of like what is a very limited budget, limited bandwidth weekly tournament format, you know? Because like what you just discussed there, top 3 civs on map banned, we'd have to go through, collate the data, push the data. We then have to remind players of the data every single day. So do you see the complexities that make it a bad idea? That's the issue. The more rules, it's like in general, the more rules you put into something, the more difficult you make it for people to follow, for anyone to be involved. You always got to be careful of that type of thing. All right. So guys, I believe they're getting a lobby now. I'm going to take this opportunity to step by and get some water because, like I said, they aren't going to be hopping in too soon. And when they do, they're going to have the 5-minute delay. So bear with me one moment because I really need to refill the water because I totally forgot to do so. And we could have 7 games and I will die without fulfilling my first, okay? So I'll be right back. 1 sec. All right, guys. I'm back. So game 1, it's actually going to be Jean vs HRE. Interesting matchup. We had that, not today, we had it yesterday, I believe. What's up, Derpy? Ditched us for AOE2 recently. Yikes. A boy can enjoy multiple things, you know. I think I said before, like, it's just a shame there's elements of, like, both communities that are very aggressively against the other. They're both great games. They're building great histories, right? With great members at the core of both. I know it's a jest from you. No, I get it, Penguin. Like, but I mean, I've noticed it from like some other people where they're like, I can't believe it. And someone's like, I hope you went across there to try and get people to come to 4. Otherwise, why were you there? I'm like, because many reasons. Oh yeah, you're not wrong. AOE2 definitely plays better. Like, that's not even a cap. That's just truth. Ow. I just bit my lip. You've not missed the new bet. We're now going to kick it up. Oh. I'm just going to wait until we're at the 1 minute mark. Oh, and I need to hear everyone, don't I? There you go. So I'll give you guys a minute when we're in game. Gotta shorten that title a little as well. It's pretty freaking long. Actually, wait. No, I'm going to give you time now. I'm going to be nicer. I'm going to cancel it now. I'm going to redo the bet. So you get closer to 2 minutes, okay? Sorry if you gambled. You're just going to have to do it again. You do get your monies back. Don't worry. Your fake birdseed. How dare I give you guys more time, right? I saw you all were making poor gamble choices. I was just trying to give you time to fix that. Because I'm a really thoughtful guy. Oh. Alright, let's get ready to go. The Mad Frenchman done it. One and all, that's right. Upon his first appearance here on this channel in the Midweek Musters, Gentle Mates Marine Lord is in the Grand Finals. Kicks off with HRE and he goes up against a familiar face here. 3D Clans B, definitely no stranger to winning the Midweek Musters. He's got a taste of it in the past, and now he needs to quench that first. Let's see if he can get off to a good start in this best of 7 Grand Final. Jean d'Arc and Hansa B. Meanwhile, Marine Lord takes to the HRE. Sacred Grove to kick us off this week. Love this map. Really has been, I think, a refreshing kind of take. You know, in some ways it has a similarity to Dry Raven that's quite nice. The Pro Scouts are still there, but I think the dynamics are different. And there seems to be a more aggressive line in general on this one. The whole catch to this map is that you've got these nice kind of curved tree lines in the center that divide the map into essentially 3 lanes. So you can move in between them, come back around themselves, but it almost just gives kind of a deviation point. So you can weave around, dodge, take a longer route. Even on the short route, there's a lot of pressure back and forth due to the location of the divs. Both of these civs, we'll definitely be taking a look at those. So, Gamba's already coming in. 85%, rising pretty high in favor of Marine Lord. I don't know. I think B's been playing solid. There is maybe going to be some concerns about how he handles a long day of games. Because he has played 5 against Dumu so far today, and they were a slog. The only game which was quick in the end was the final one. By far the swiftest end. Is this pre-gen? No. So it has some elements to it that are told to spawn in a certain configuration, like the tree lines, etc. But outside that, it's just relatively consistent spawn code. So, what's the win conditions going to be here? Marine Lord? Likely we're going to be seeing the Spearman opening into Pro Scouts, just as a given. On top of that, he could then look to kind of prolong play if he goes for a mine work. Excuse me. Marine Lord's more of an Arkham boy, though. So with that in mind, it's more likely that he just plays Spearman Pro Scouts into Fast Castle. Bit of a shame that he's maybe not going to be going mine work, because with that Fast Castle build, it would give you the access to the Barded Armor. But as we can see, Arkham it is. For B, it's all too obvious. It's going to be a standard School of Cavalry. Goal will be to mass knights. He wants to try and contest the Pro Scouts play, get his own deer in, and essentially drag that feudal age out as long as is humanly possible. Reminds me of Gorge Retreats. In some ways, it takes some elements from Gorge. The main thing that's making you think it's Gorge is the back tree line. That's, I'd say, pretty much it. Compared to Gorge, it actually has a much more reasonable dispersion of resources moving out from your base. In Gorge, you kind of basically have this area being a huge dead space for resources outside of wood. So you want to get to the food and gold, you have to go right out to the edges. Trees are the same shape as the cliffs in the middle? I mean, sure, but like... That's like finding a tiny piece of like wood here, and a tiny piece of wood here, and going, oh, that's the same shape as Mountain Pass, right? The sizes are slightly different. I don't like to be that guy that highlights that size does matter, but the cliffs you're talking about are like this big, right? These are huge dividers. But what I like is the fact that you can, deeper in the game, chop through them and open up new pathways. So Arkham coming back side. Oh god, that is... Really? He probably wouldn't have been able to edge it. He would have had to have added a lumber camp if he wanted to get both. So kind of rough. But he does just take the safe one. He's left enough room for double farm placement here between the TC. So it shows you what his intent is. I wonder, actually... He is playing Pro Scouts, right? Bingo. Just too good to pass up, man. You feel personally attacked? Why? Do you like Gorge? Alright, we're going to do... You know what? In honor, I'm told Dave loves this. Apparently, he always does corner checks with his chat. We can do corner checks because they look very different. Yeah, so we actually decided to kind of change the corners a little bit on this map. To push the map in slightly so that the resource didn't spawn too wide. And also just give it a little bit more character than being square. This is... Yo, this looks like this would be fun to slide down. Wait, actually, no. What the... Okay, broken tree. No, I don't want to slide down that. Jesus. Oh, that one looks like a nice stroll. That was a little... Wait, what happened up there? It's got more like diamond patterns than my seat. No perfect juke spots. I'm a bit disappointed. Oh. I'm not disappointed by the time on that, though. While we're talking about all these corners, and we're talking about these highs and the cliff highs, we've got to talk about the new high for AMD. The 1970 series is really smashing it. Click that link, guys. Check it out. See? Wasn't that a simple one? We got it out of the way at the start because the action is about to start cooking up. We've got the Spearman coming out. Scouts as well. Pete, already looking for the deer shove-in. He's always very good at this. He's probably one of the most efficient players on average for this element of play. We've seen it, especially in particular when he gets his hands on Roost. Roost that will not be seen this series. What do you think they're going to do to Pro Scouts, guys? You guys think about that? I don't think many of you did, right? So, we've got DLC just around the corner, 8th of April. How many of you actually gave serious thought to the fact that we're probably going to see Pro Scouts finally get nerfed with it? And then what happens to poor little Roos? Finally, that puppy gets taken out back and shot in the head. Took long enough. Been a dominant Civ pick for a very long time. John melee form coming in. Interesting. Marine Lords? It's kind of building like a guy who would have benefited from mine work right now. This is pretty much like all Pike's territory. Because without it, she doesn't actually die that quickly. No, this is taking ages. Okay, so poke harass. Was it worth? Debatable. You kept her off your deer, in fairness. But some of these units are already just XP waiting to be farmed. I don't think she's going to look to just directly contest too quickly. He's going to have to get some support arc units in. Archer's already getting added in alongside the knights. Yeah, I don't like that from Marine Lord. I mean, he did at least like protect his deer, right? But now he's just got liabilities in his front line. Don't worry, no Jeans were hurt in the making this movie. I just thought about this. Does she have the same hair when she's in ranger form as well? When I was just looking at her for a second, I was like, is she wearing a hat? I was like, oh no, that's just a hair. The weird part is she actually carries... Okay, someone was just lazy. Come on. Wait, no guys, maybe... What happens is when she does the Holy Wrath, she's actually not swinging the sword, she's throwing arrows out in all directions. We figured it out. But yeah, all of a sudden it looks like the boobas have been kissed better. She was never touched at all. There is a lot more spears this time. However, there's archers to pick apart the injured spears now. Pro Scouts is being poked at. Remember, B, he's already taken what he can get from his side. It's just looking for bonuses now. Marine Lord, meanwhile, is just looking for Castle. He wants out of this problem quickly. Once you've got Castle Age, this threat of level 3 melee Jean just ending the game doesn't really exist anymore. Jean. Okay, that was nicely done. Yeah, because B tried to sneak around for the deer. Marine Lord didn't pull back all the units, so 1 or 2 just chased Jean and gave free XP. He's waiting for it. Like, he's got such a hard choice to make. You either only send 4 or 5 units after Jean and she gets a good fight and good damage, and as a result will end up getting XP, or you send everything and you lose the deer. Pick your poison situation. Has at least bought enough time for his scouts to start arriving back again. But you're starting to see the overextension slightly. I'm a bit surprised he's not pushing this a bit harder. He started off very well, and then he just kind of backed away. Almost looked like he got distracted, like there was something to do at home. Now, from the home of the HRE, Regnant's now on the way from Marine Lord. This leads the worst. It's dangerous though, because when you lock in, especially against H3 spears, the idea is they just staggered and then surround you and kill. So you die before you get more than 2 cleaves out. But he's just not able to do that because the knights are nearby, they'd backstab you. That's what B's done really well, is just having simply enough knights to threaten that backstab, but also just enough archers to whittle away at any injured units as they come in. But it has come at a cost, right? B isn't ready for the 3rd age. He needs to find some sort of recompense for the fact that he's hung around this long. As every KPMM is either French AD or H3 OTD. Welcome to AoE 4's overdue for a patch meta. What do you want from me? Let me just start mentioning the players. If you pick Abba, we're gonna give you favorable seeding. Okay. JD is definitely one of the top tiers. I'd say across the board, most people would agree to put her in like A tier at this stage. So torch damage coming in. Marine Lord has got the E repairs, so he can slow this down. Right now, there's 4 villages out on the side, so he's gonna have to think about defending this. It feels like B does not want to leave. No. Doesn't make the choice to in the end. I think you can see the way that was trending. There's Castle-Age units prepping. By the time you would have actually burnt down that tower, Veterancy for Spin would be in and you'd be dead. So backs off. It's going to begin to tech up. Behind this, we now should be seeing Marine Lord moving out for relics. In fact, the Shuffler's one is going north side. East side is going to get guarded, and Central's going to get held. So, limited relic options. But beggars can't be choosers. And, oh, no. Dude, B's got his number in this one, too. The Spidey senses on this, man. The timing on this is perfect. A perfectly aligned intercept there, so he will be able to stop the Prelate. Army is on the way to react to this, but it should be an easy kill. The weird part is B's just stopped. Okay, he was looking for the charge. Loses sight. No, come on. He's not going to get it. He's actually not going to get it. South side. Not going to get the wall, though. A clash comes in. It looks like that was a bait and switch. So B, he forces the army to go north and then goes in on the south side instead. And Prelate hasn't moved to garrison at all. No, so should be deprived of his Chinese. Tech up complete. You need to finish the kill here, B. 10 XP in the pocket on top of that. Jean in desperate need of level 3. She's falling behind, man. These spearmen don't die very quickly anymore. Remember, 110 HP. And a notable damage increase. The Motor Steel, guys. Crossbows destroy Jean at this stage. If Marine Lord just targets her, look at the health. That was 3 bolts right there. Free. He may need to just throw the archers away to buy time. He knows it. With marching drills, it's just difficult to get away otherwise. Meanwhile, Scout on the other side gets denied. Another relic coming home. So that's going to be 2 locked in the next minute for Marine Lord. A good position to start from here. Jean does get caught in the end. B. Does he actually have the answer here? He does have veterancy in at least. But it's crossbow spearman, and he's pretty much only got knights. The archer count barely exists now. And behind this, I mean, we got Arkan starting to inflame with farms. Played the pro scouts well, and now has a farm transition coming in a lot more aggressively than anything B would be capable of. He does have the guild hall. But that building's very much a long-term play. It doesn't give you that immediate juice up or that gradual juice up. It's almost a fire and forget for 10 minutes. You hate sheep RNG? Yeah, I think I've talked about this before. Like, the sheep mechanic is pretty bad for AV4. Low-level players will never really realize it. But for high-level players, it basically just decides games. When you get the extreme ends of the swing. Okay, so B is now looking to play for relics himself. Should be able to get 2. Not too bad here. But Marine Lord 3 has to be more than content. Marine Lord hates it too. Dude, like, if you polled top pro levels, over 90% of them would say they hate the sheep system. Maybe less, but if it's less, it's because when you ask them the follow-up of, like, what's a better system, they have no answer. There's a lot of players that, like, just... And in fairness to them, it's the correct attitude to have. Like, they don't just want to flame a system if they can't come up with a better solution. But like I've said before, you just introduce new food types, you take like sheep away. Or have it be only certain maps have that type of resource. So, Marine Lord, we have got him playing up now into more prelates. Are we about to see some Inspired Warriors buff? No, I think he's just trying to buff the outskirt resources out of range. Would have been cool to see, but it's just so difficult. That's why I would have been surprised by it, because of just how inefficient it feels for HRE. It's a really good play for Order of the Dragon because they have so little troops that need to be buffed, but for HRE, you use so much of your population on prelates by doing it. We do have just the shuffle of relics with scribbles coming in. I wonder, yep. I was about to say, I hadn't even looked up there for a minute. I was like, I feel as if we are heading for Imperial Age, and that is most definitely the case. B has a long way to go if he waits for Guildhall, but he's actively gathering, so he's already aware of what's happening here. We are going to get an Age 4 game. Nice sneak around the back, though. Hold on a second. Oh, isn't it a shame that these outposts see literally everything? Good idea. It would have been a sick hit there, especially with the lack of any textiles and the fact that the Suave isn't up yet. But Marine Lord will protect his flank. Nicely done. We do have additional stone coming in, so expect the outpost crawl to be real. Expect this game and series to potentially be quite long. A March Madness style bracket. What's that? I've heard that before. What was a March Madness bracket? Like, what? Where you play everyone? He's in trouble? He has some outs. And by some, I mean one. It's arbitrary. Just build loads of arbitrary. And then when you think you've built enough arbitrary, build more arbitrary. Oh, it's a basketball bracket. That's where I've heard it before. Yeah, you gotta remember, dude, like, basketball is predominantly an American thing. Hate to blow your mind. You probably would have had more luck making an ice hockey reference for me, crazily enough. Even that I haven't watched in a while. Okay, so maybe I'm gonna blow everyone's mind. I don't really watch that many traditional sports anymore. I watch esports, dude. I find it drastically more compelling. A few years ago, I just kind of reached the point where I was like, I think esports is more interesting than sports. And then I just like start to filter out sports. Look at this guy. You know, I can watch, what, 11 guys versus 11 guys on a pitch? I can watch 40 guys with spearmen beat the living crap out of unarmed citizens. Let's go! No, wait, not the Guildhall. It's like the citizens inside here. Kill them all. Army now reacting. Crossbows. Oh, Jean. Whoa. Must get sniped straight away. She's gone. Out of the fight. Arbitrary count is not crazy right now. There's way too many spears. The elite upgrade is just problematic here. This is all pre-elite army tactics, by the way. But the bonus damage into these cav units, they are just getting melted. I mean, even if with the Gambesons, now with the increased damage that elite spearmen have, there's still going to be a good fight for Marine Lord. He's just going to wipe everything. That was crazy. He forced the fight by committing onto the Guildhall. The way he forced it was pretty damn elegant. Like, instead of running through the base, getting hit by the TC, etc., he kind of just makes you have to come towards him. Now, in the end, it does end up being a solid defense, as you'd expect over time with the TC. But the whole goal of this is to set the foundation for a never-ending push. Because Marine Lord, at this stage in the game, you're expected to be at home, paranoid that your opponent is going to dive you and kill you because you're building villages. That never happened. He kept him in his own base, and in that time has now managed to stack up to a 30 villager lead. And oh look, we have more spears. Oh no. Well, luckily Gambesons is going to make him tank up quite well here. And he has now pulled the resources, so we do have a red palace play to come. Guildhall has served its purpose. It is gonna be a struggle to overcome the economical difference, though, right? Like, we're talking about 4 relics versus 1. And that's Regnit's relics, by the way. As well as now, at this spacing, we're gonna end up with a double up on economy. And come the keep drops. So he's just looking to lock in the 8k vein. We did see him starting to build hand cannoneers. This is what was missing, by the way. If Marine Lord actually prepped the army tactics as he was doing the dives, I think the game would already be over. But resource limitations, this is not cheap. Remember, 1,500 resources. So it does get the tech up. Red Palace. Ooh, yoy, yoy. He makes the harsh choice to block the central lane, but secures no resources with this Red Palace. Color me a little bit worried, actually. Because I'd say, like, Marine Lord's biggest target should be to switch over here next. The 8k. Then again, it seems he sniffed the fact that his opponent's going to start by playing to the 4Ks. He's shuffling in on the east side. And these spearmen, folks, they are about to hit hard. Elite army tactics now in. 150 HP, 14 damage. He's going to show respect. He's going to back off. Does see the arbitrary account looks good. He's also paranoid. He doesn't know what we know, which is these guys are not getting upgraded. They're going to remain veteran for now. So he's showing actually quite a lot of respect. There's no way Jean would lose to one spin, right? No, she's uncomfortably close, but she's fine. Yeah, those would have actually helped earlier, by the way. Needle guy is strong. Imagine how much stronger he would have been with all pikes. Whoa. It kind of matters up against the arbitrary, but it wouldn't have been as important against the spearman because as a percentile damage increase is really low. Really looking forward to playing with the Templars. I think, like, a lot of people are probably looking at the Knights Templars and thinking, hey, dude, it's going to be crazy. It's like Byzantines all over again. Yay! The whole concept of just taking loads of the best units from different civs and putting them under one roof. I mean, who doesn't want that? Well, at least as long as you're not playing against it. Horseman switch now coming in. In a fragile state here still. He just doesn't have the amount of food income that you'd like to be seeing at this stage of the game for French to play mass arbitrary and mass horseman. The only reason it's not entirely over genuinely is this Red Palace. Walls are going up, so it looks like we are locking in. Marine Lord going stone walls. Only some pitiful wood walls coming in from B. Marine Lord. Is this the fight he was looking for? Well, he has stuck in some horsemen as well. A little bit too prematurely, though. The TC isn't up yet. John is the one you want to target. There we go. She's gone. No XP. And now, unshackled, it's time to A-click. These drops are going to come through, but the hand cannoneers still hitting pretty hard. The issue is going to be the horsemen, so it still will scare him away. He at least removes Jean, and he did force the buyback. And pretty much all these units died before she was able to get back to the fight. Meanwhile, horsemen. Dumbman should be their name in this situation. Hello, guys? Do you want to maybe... No? Okay. The whole purpose was pointless. Wait, is she going to lose to horsemen as well? But Jean is OP. She almost just lost to 3 horsemen. Can we just acknowledge this? Come on. Like, spearmen I at least get, but 3 horsemen. Without all pikes. Speaking those horsemen, they have got the barrage in the way. B... My worry is that the map could become a little bit stretched if he's not careful. And he's not really equipped with arbitrary to handle that. Marine Lord could just play like a good old classic BC approach, you know, where you just spam horsemen late game and send them down the flanks. Over and over and over. think there's horsemen. They are going to find a few villages. We'll have to migrate the gold area as well. This gives the early warning, but now seeing the mining camp, this is where Marine Lord should have alarm bells going off. Top of that, we have the Culverin and 17 hand cannoneers. This is it. It took a little bit of time to build towards it, but at this type of mass, like, B just doesn't have the firepower. He doesn't have the tools necessary. He hasn't got incendiary arrows here. He's at least got crossbow stirrups, but that isn't going to be enough. Horseman charging in. Jean doesn't have the attack speed buffer to give either. Army's going to get wiped, and it looks like the Frenchman is going to take game 1 against the French woman. Yeah, B will do his classic. At least try to make a good fight out of it, but there's nothing good waiting for him here. Good news is, though, we've still got plenty of games. Best of 7. At least 3 more to come between these two Goliaths of AoE4. I mean, looking back at this game, maybe a slightly more aggressive line. Some intent was there, but it felt like B got bait and switched out of it by Marine Lord. Overall, though, a solid start for the Frenchman. What we've all come to expect from him year after year. All right. Let me update. Doink. So game number 1, Marine Lord. An HRE win. Both of them throwing out fairly strong picks. And reminder, if this goes more than 4 games, there's another draft. We redraft. Just checking some things. Oh, let's do payouts. Mr. Marine Lord. Game number 2. Where are we going? Dry Arabia. Give me a very purist, huh? Juji versus Francais. Oh, for God's sake, dude. Twitch is auto running the ads. I would have ran like longer ads. I think it just ran a 30-second ad instead of 2 minutes. God damn it. That's always a pain in the ass. I don't know. French versus Juji, though, we've seen a lot of Chinese versus French. I want to say Juji's just been kind of removed from the playing field quite often. It feels like Juji's been getting banned more than Chinese the last few weeks. But this matchup, usually you just want to try to get out of the feudal age quickly, just like China. Not really a matchup you always go Shaolin monks in, though, because of the amount of knights that French will have out in the field. It's usually more beneficial to play from out in the academy, which will give you more food at home as well. And then the whole idea is you focus on just getting units out that can win you the mid game. Once you've won the middle of the map, you go for a monastery drop and you can just vomit them out every 12 seconds. So you get normal monks every 12 seconds. So it's all about finding the window of opportunity to just level up to castle, but then also find the wiggle room there after winning a decent fight. Maybe there's like a window a minute big to go for relics. If you can get at least 3 of those, you're in a really solid position. Father Rabbit, I've been doing these type of tournaments since November. So we've been doing it a while. Yeah. Oof, one sec. Need to turn the heating on. Yeah, that's why it says KPMM 17, because we're past the halfway mark. The T90 of AoE4. I don't know, man. We'll see. Whatever that may involve or mean. Neither of the AoE casters can pronounce monk. It's monk. 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 Love that shirt. Thank you, thank you. It's nice. It's kind of got like the beach vibes, the chill vibes. The dad vibes, but almost like semi towards formal as well. Nah, mate, it's monk. Monk, 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 monk. I'm British. Don't argue. My country has way too many knives. You don't want to argue. All right. Refreshed. Got to get predictions up. That's on me. Let's do that. Nah, mate. It's monk. One and all, welcome back to the channel. It's time to listen to me butcher a bunch of pronunciations of things. Look at that. You didn't expect that. I say the word pronunciation correctly. Do you know how many people say pronunciation? Just let that sink in. Ooh, that makes your toes curl. You want to punch a screen. But you know what? These two make you want to get out of your seat and cheer. We got B versus Marine Lord, game number 2. M-Lord already up 1. Can he double it? Can he slay all the French and prove that he's the #1 French in and out of the game? Let's see. This time, it takes to Shuji to try and extend that lead on dry array before maps. And I'm already checking, looking for... Do you take that? I think you take that. You take that harder than a British boy band in the early 2000s. That is ridiculous if he sees it. It's a little bit of a walk. You don't get the gold, but to get 48 food here, 25 stone, and probably about 25 to 30 wood, jackpot. French on the other side, did they benefit from anything? Not bad this one, actually. So this can be leveraged quite nicely. You can shove these in. What I'd love to see, actually, from Marine Lord is maybe, if he's going to come out here to build the meditation garden, maybe it's worth hanging around to build a small wall here. Because you could shove the deer through, trap them on the other side, and then you've got an easy pickup on both yours. I don't know if that play is necessarily worth it with how quickly Pro Scouts does come in. And folks, it's going to come in this series. Right? One of our semi-finals involving Dimu had a sheer lack of Pro Scouts, but that was more due to moral objection, I feel like, in some of the games. As I know he's been looking for a new way. And also, wait, you guys trying, like, whoa, you guys want to shame us because, yeah, like, what the hell? That's a fair point. Herb has a H in it. Pronounce it. Herb. Wait, Herb is even like an American name? And the Americans pronounce it Herb. That's the, I think that's the one that weirds me out the most about it. School of Cavalry coming up. Meditation Garden. Oh, wait, he didn't see it, did he? That's... Marine Lord, we've been over this. I took him aside at an event, and I said, M-Lord, even when you don't see it, you have a good spawn. He went, I don't know, what do you mean? And then we open up like 20 different games over some fancy wine. We've got some like cheese out. You have to with French people. He's like, oh, you right? It was a good spawn. It's incredible. He believed me straight away. And I thought he would have taken that to heart. I thought by now Marino would know. Almost like a sixth sense. There's always a good spawn waiting. You just need to find it. This one is terrible. This is absolute, like I think this makes me want to vomit. He's getting, like, what? Yeah, 30 wood, and then he's getting 36 food. It's not very good. Food is kind of devalued on its own in the current meta because of Pro Scouts. So the extra food trickle really mattered before when you didn't have 5,000 plus food coming into your base extra. Ever since that, it just kind of became more irrelevant. Americans and Brits can come on together is making fun of French people. Whoa, 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 whoa. No comment. Is it as much us making fun of them or them offering us ways to make fun? Like, you know. No, French people. Okay, so I do like to have fun with French people, but I will say, compared to when I was a kid, I feel as if my stance on being aggressively against French people as a British person has simmered. It's staled, you know, it's calmed down. But you do have to have fun with them sometimes. And there's the deer shove-in we're talking about for B. So Pro Scouts is on the way. Marine Lord, we already have the goodies in tow. Yeah, this is, to be blunt about it, this is probably the most boring Pro Scout spawn we could have had. There'll be no contest. There should just be a 50-50 split. Let's sit down with Marine Lord and talk over some wine. I mean, I sat, he stood. Same heights, kind of fit. We occasionally catch up when we're at the events. And no, I didn't go to a bilingual school. I'm in England. We barely manage to speak our own language. You think we're gonna like force a second language on the people there? Jeez. I mean, you can learn a second language and everyone learns it badly. What was the sheep haul in the end, by the way? So it was 12 compared to 3. So actually, Marino just has a lot of runway if he gets his 2 deer stacks. Especially when you remember that the outrageous thing about Shushi, just like Chinese, is they take this limited deer amount and then increase it by 20%. And there are 2 scouts on Marino's side, because both China and Shushi has this weird thing where TC scouts are stored separately in capture age to stable scouts. You get similar treatment, if I remember correctly, out of double produced scouts from Mongols. So there's some attempt to get annoying over here, but the spinman count is a little bit too threatening. He's going to try to intercept the way home. A cute idea, but unfortunately for him, there's even more spears. Oh god, don't get me started on the you speak American thing. I remember an argument with someone like that. He's like, I speak American. You speak English? I'm not English. I speak American. Yep, the language is English. It's learnt in America. I speak American. No, it is English. They couldn't accept it. I'm so sorry, because I know most Americans can accept the language is called English. But it is comical when you get one that can't. And this fight, it just looks comical. I mean, it's just a trickle of troops in, and the way that B's doing it is losing him the fight. He's in such a desperate rush to stop the Pro Scouts play getting home, that he's throwing away any sort of semblance he has of taking the fight. This is now a gone resource. You can't do anything about it anymore, so he's going to have to back up, reset, and look to raid. Oh, I'm sorry. You want me to add more twang to my voice when my throat is about to die? No! So I had someone notice me from Dota 2 in Germany, and they're like, can you do the haha laugh? You know, the one that plays when you guys sub. I tried, and I got like two in, and I was coughing my guts up. I don't even know how I'm still talking right now. Is Marine looking for an all-in and feudal? This is very unique. I feel like most of the time people try to go castle, but the difference here is that B shoe spearmen instead of archers. So he's kind of just invited this out, Marine Lord. It's a great read. Normally, the players like French are going to go Archer Knights, and that means you don't really want to play long Feudal because you're going to lose all your Spearmen, and the Knights can just destroy everything remaining. Well, here, there's no Archers to get rid of your Spearmen quickly. The Knights are going to struggle. So Marine Lord is just looking for the all-in timing here. B is just trying to get out of the age. Guildhall is on the way. But he's going to take casualties at this rate. Oh, yes, a Marine Lord. 15 Spearmen won't be booted out by just 5 of these Knights. We have got Archer production now beginning, which means Marine Lord needs to be quick about this, otherwise it's going to feel like a not worth investment. Outpost does go up just in time. Steel Diary is on the way, Undermesh is already there. He has got enough torch power to get through this. He's going to force the Knights to try and commit, but that's just too many spears. Guildhall is at least going to be capable of completing, but the repeated crossbows could easily mop up the villages. Repair crew is going to come out. A dive to the west side. He sees the repeated crossbows overextending villages with the shivs out as well. He's going to stand his ground here, but it is going to cost him some economy. Marine Lord needs all the kills he can get. He's now in full age behind. Anything less than, I'd say, 6 villager kills is not going to feel worth it. And B has to be content with that. Gets the cleanup. Gets away, does lose 4 villages, but it brings them neck and neck, courtesy of the French TC producing quicker. And this is an interesting development. Remember at the start of the game, we said the atypical way you played is usually in this matchup, you don't go Shaolin Monastery. The reason? Your opponent will have a lot of knights. Well, Marine Lord just peered into the locker room and saw that B is not packing much. No, he's only got a small retinue of knights left over. He didn't hard commit into it. Meaning that the Shaolin monks have a very good chance of getting out and getting the goodies. Speaking of goodies, looks like he also brought something else back from that locker room. Some big slabs of meat, so deer were left over. I mean, Marine Lord has an even bigger food advantage. Remember, he already had the sheep advantage to begin with. And obviously the extra trickle of food over here. KP did like a true Texas impression. Wouldn't that be like, I don't know, can we just go real kind of south like the stereotypical one? Actually, I guess that'd be more like Carolina. I don't know. I think my favorite one, just baseline, is you just usually go for the one that House adopted. The House MD. You know, you just gotta kind of speak a little bit like this. Or nasally. Yeah, I'm not going to go through all the accents today. Catch me after I've recovered from illness and we can go through all the 50 states. So Marine Lord already got the first relic home. Closest one is being camped, but that still leaves the north side as an open jackpot, which I think will be a likely target for Marine Lord. It makes sense. Right now he's condensing efforts to go wide on the south side here, and oh, he does see him, so yeah. Catches B, trying to play the relic game as well. Nice timing. And he's already trying to snatch away everything that's anywhere remotely close to B's base. Dude, this is a soul read. I would have expected to at least go for the north side as like a limited time gamble, but I guess the thought is, oh, yeah, B would probably leave one knight up there. B's close in the guarding the closest relic, because the logic is you wouldn't keep your army here and come after this relic. You basically send a monk for free. So that would be a free kill for him to gain. If you have an army, you shouldn't be putting it near your safest relic. You should be putting it near your opponent's safest relic. Because if your army is bigger, you should be taking advantage of that on the map. There's no point in having a bigger army and sitting at home. You know, like, I used to play a lot of Hom 3, right? And I was playing Hom 3 recently, and I was vibing just sitting on my base like, wow, I've got like 20 dragons. You go watch like pros play Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Like, I got 2 dragons, I'm going to go take treasuries. Right? Pro logic difference there. Like, casual would sit at home and say, I've got big army, let's take safest resource. Pro is like, I have bigger army, I'm going to take yours. So it looks like he did at least get that one relic home, but the rest feels like it is going to be surrendered over to M-Lord. He's already moved to the north side now. And he even finds the monk on the way. This is just becoming suffocating at this stage. I think this is already over. B, he just had a critical blunder when Marine Lord came in for that assault. You know, it looked like Marine Lord maybe just got shy of what he really needed out of it, but by keeping him checked in his base for so long while teching behind, I think it just kind of put the nail in the coffin. Add in the food situation where B has to be running low on deer at this stage. Meanwhile, his opponent, yeah, he's out of deer. Meanwhile, his opponent has sheep plus more deer. It's a no-brain giveaway, right? Like how this is now going to trend. B's going to have to move out wide. He doesn't have a big enough army to defend wide. He's lost the relic game. Marine Lord can now easily go Yuan. With Yuan, he will get access to pagodas. And pagodas are more like pogodas. They are the most pogly gift you could ever get. And what a gift this is for Marine Lord. So far, it feels like little to no resistance. 2-0 up. All right, this is good. This is feeling like a quick day. Like, M-Lord, please, chill. Slow down, puto. I would point out, based on Marine Lord's performance the last 2 games, he has indirectly for himself admitted that France kind of sucks. Not my words, his actions. They got destroyed twice. Now, what we can really dissect from this is what he's told us is that France does not know how to fight. Exhibit A was the HRE game. Exhibit B was the Juji game. And I'm now going to show you Exhibit C.
Oh! Sors-le!
Va-t'en, Marine!
Ouais! C'est la Marine!
3 examples proving that France does not know how to fight. Don't do him like this. He's rolling over B. That fight there is probably the closest it's going to get to losing today at this rate. Oh, dear. I had to. Gotta give it to me. That was pretty good. All right. So... ML me in a kickboxing arena ring next? When? I don't know, man. I don't think it'd be fair to him, though. I'm pretty sure I would just kick his ass based on weight class. If I'm being, like, blunt. Yeah, dude. It's like the same as, like, if you put me in the arena with Crackety. It's like the weight difference is just not reasonable. I'm trying to think, like, how much does Marine Lord probably weigh? I was having, so, like, on the Age of Empires 2 broadcast, I was having this thing where, I'm going to run a minute of ads, by the way, guys. I was having this thing where I would, like, I would talk about the lead desks, which is one of the sponsors. I was like, this thing can hold 1.5 nillies, which Nearly Love. He's like, wow, that is statistically accurate. I don't know, Marine Lords are very small. I feel like those desks could hold like two Marine Lords, maybe 2.1. All right, let's get ready to go. Oh, man. One and all, welcome back to the channel. Good guy Marine Lord is trying to save my throat from absolute destruction in this ill week with his ill-gotten gains, slaying his countrymen. He's actually 2-0 up. Let me flip that around. B needs to answer back, and I think he got the matchup he was looking for here, folks. Ottomans up against Delhi. We've seen this matchup very close. We've seen how Ottomans can actually thread the needle, but it is incredibly difficult. And last time that B tried it, he was a little bit too obsessed with pro scouts. Let's see if he's learned anything from the last going up against Beastie. This time against Marine Lord is just as much of a challenge. I mean, this week, the Beastie challenge didn't exist. If you didn't catch it, guys, B was able to 3-0 him. In fact, that series was such a dominant destruction for him that Beastie didn't sign up for the next midweek muster. That's right. B was so dominant in that series, he booted our reigning champion out for the foreseeable future. Road could be clear from Marine Lord to start his own domination here. And right now in this set, it's starting to look irrefutable. Delhi, definitely a very good map for Lipany. I feel like although the Ottomans may be succinctly picked for the Delhi, the map may be the thing that betrays him. We have got the military school opening, so logic behind this isn't to harass the gold. That's really never worthwhile. I'm so glad we've evolved beyond that. The deer shove is much more valuable. With this type of spawn, a little bit rough to go for the east side one because they're around on the tool. You could maybe shove these deer up here towards like your berry pot, getting you very close to the base. The problem I have is like by doing this, he's inherently already going to be thinking about pro scouts. And that could really just slow down your timing too much. Is there a prize for being the worst in the tournament? No. Not sure that really sends the right you know, like, hey, congrats, you suck. And then you just give them like a little shiny medal. The prize is, if you're that bad, we will remember you. Like your games will be etched into our memory alongside the all-time great moments of Age of Empires 4. Like, you know when something is just so bad, so cringy, so terrible, you just can't get it out of your head. Like me. They just kind of stick in there sometimes, right? It's that type of thing. Watch the loser interviews after SC2 games. I mean, like, loser interviews are very hard to do. Some people didn't like the loser interviews I've done for AoE2, but I tried to keep it light and reasonable because we just didn't have enough time. So I'll provide, like, I'll go through that more as well on Sunday. But, like, for those that don't know, when it comes to loser interviews, you need to approach them with an unbridled level of empathy and understanding. You need to be very careful and simplistic in your questions, guiding, and not pressuring. And the big thing that actually most esports productions get wrong, that actually traditional sports quite often have, they give the players somewhere quiet to go and sit to process the loss. There's a lot going through someone's mind in that moment. The problem is, like, for a lot of people who started to think that loser interviews should be everywhere and they just introduced them all at once, the concept was like, oh, wow, dude, this is going to really capture the emotion when this kid cries on stage. It's like, that's the low-hanging fruit, man. Got to do better. Always important to do better. It's why they should never be rushed. Like, we had it rushed on an EGC broadcast, I believe. I think it was when it was Wham and Poppypaw, and we went to interview, was it Wham who lost that one? We interviewed him straight away afterwards. No heads up to me, and like, he'd just been asked on the fly, and he was good about it. Like, that's the other thing, you always ask them they want to. He was good about it, but like, my concern at that moment is like, I don't even know if he knows if he's good about it, because he hasn't had any time to process what just happened. So yeah. I could probably talk more about this though, like, it's an art. It's a very elegant art. It's, even at the best time you can struggle with it. I done it at a very dangerous time because I was ill on the last event. Oh, guys, look, it's a heart. Oh. Too bad nobody loves you, Stealth Forest. All right, so the deer shove didn't really get that far before getting intercepted by Marine Lord. Pro Scouts is on the way, though. And you can see it's some ways off from Marine Lord still. Yeah, but this is the thing that I just don't like about this build for Otto. I get the logic from B, which is that Delhi can't rush Pro Scouts. They kind of can, just by building more Scholars. We're seeing it here. It's 2 minutes away when you're 44 seconds out. It's not that huge of a gap. And the issue with this is that typically, Pro Scouts comes in a lot quicker for civs that do it because they're going active to gather gold. What I've seen B do quite frequently with this build is he doesn't actually rush the gold. He just plays Sultani Trade Network, trickling gold into gradually getting the Pro Scouts. Marine Lord. We do have the blow at Ghazi coming. Spin and follow up as well. So this is actually exactly how B needs things to go. You want your opponent to go Ghazi into Spearman. Because if he goes Ghazi into Spearman, you play Spearman into Sipahi. And the whole idea is you create a layering into the K. Spearman will always be on the front side. Your Sipahi have enough attack range to attack over your Spearman. You have a very effective 1-2 line there. Then you add in the meta with the melee armor, and you have a front line that should never really die. And then the final cherry on top is the imams. To guarantee nothing dies. This is all about effective HP being substantially higher for Ottomans with this build. He has gone the extra step though. He's already prepping archers, and the reason is that Marine Lord needs to complete the triangle. This is his only saving grace. So if B beats him to that and starts scaling already, he has his number. Okay, this is promising. Next step is to find the timing to flow out and just deny the sacred sites. It's really important you hit that timing as well. One sacred site you can kind of forgive to initially be capped, but if it's 2+, Marine Lord's going to start snowballing off of gold. I think the person who's simple for loser interview is In Control. I can't really say I've heard his before because it's kind of before my time. I think the one I always used that I quite liked was Machine's approach at Dota 2's TI, where he just flat out was like, look, you're going for a lot. I'm going to like give you the mic and let you say what's on your mind. You have to make sure you trust the person in that situation. Like, I will never, ever give my microphone to a player that I do not trust implicitly. Same with crowd. Like, a crowd, I'll never give you a mic. I'll hold the mic. Very obvious reasons. Because I'm a narcissist and it's all about me. Anyway, we have got more Sipahi on the way. This is exactly what you want to do. You want to blow more and more of these as time goes on, get to 20-30, and then they become an unstoppable force. Spearmen are just going to be thrown to the walls right now. The Imam heals, plus the melee armor is making this incredibly difficult. And by the way, these are Dark Age Spearmen. They haven't even been upgraded. Yeah, a little bit surprised he actually didn't want to upgrade them at all, but I think his thought process is because his opponent is going to try to sidestep into archers, it's not worth the investment. Just get a step ahead. So we are going to get Sipahi Archer versus the 1-1-1. My worry, though, is that B didn't stop Marine Lord on that Sacred Site at all. It's one cap, second one coming. If this one goes up, this is going to start to feel like a beastie memory. Because B's been here before. He's experienced this exact matchup. That time it was on Dry Arabia, a map that usually should feel a little bit better for Ottomans, actually. Might look to get freebie. We've had to pinch down the Scholar. Inside second one now captured. What does B think he's achieving with this right now? Because to me, it just kind of looks like he's been sitting here. And he may have somewhat already missed the time. Anyone else getting that feeling? Marine Lord's trending towards Castle Age. And B's army isn't really threatening enough to stop it. It feels as if B is waiting for that gold number. You remember I used the metaphor was like, Might and Magic, man. It feels good to have 20 dragons, but sometimes you can win with like 4, even if it's harder. That's the feeling I'm getting right now with Sipahi count. It feels like he's going for such a big number of Sipahi that's not mathematically possible before an age up. And he doesn't have the archers to solve the spearman issue right now. And while Sipahi are incredibly godly units in the right situations, against spearmen is not that situation. They will melt. He has at least started to decap them now, but you already see the impact of the gold income. It's almost double-digit scholars already. And B, I wouldn't blame him for just choosing castle now. 18 Sipahi is still enough to go raiding with. It can have an impact. But I think Marino's just done a very eloquent job of reading the state of things. He's not like over-massing spearmen. He's not slowing his time down in feudal age too long. And most importantly, like it comes down to these sacreds. It's crazy as well. I don't feel like much in the way of Deer got denied either, if I'm not mistaken. Marino's still got his fair share. I think he's had enough. He's starting to feel it. He's been waiting for that time. We talked about how incredible some of his reads, his game sense on when he has to go has been. Is this what this has maybe been? Maybe this was intentional, where he was just looking for that perfect moment just before Marino would be ready for Castle Age. Where he's so invested that he has to go for it. He can't just reinvest the resources. Marino just not giving him the opening. Imams, you have to protect those. I feel like this week has been actually a lot of dancing in the games. Much more so dancing than hard commits, right? It's quite a crazy quantity, actually. More than I think we've ever had in Midweek Master semis and then grand finals. The stare down is real. B continues to surge here. Green Lord needs that final slather of gold. He's going to have to manually gather it, though. He's moved across now. Got pushed off of all sacred sites. And the scholars hung around a little bit too long, so a little bit wasteful there. And House of Learning down the way. B. He's got the ranged armor activated. Really would benefit more from the melee armor in this situation. Archers just don't exist. Okay, this is bad. He has nothing for spears. Nothing at all. He can't fight this. Oh, B, no. More Sipahi arriving, but without the meta, without the archers. Spearmen hold. You just have to muddy the fight with the Ghazi a little. So tech up now complete. And this would be the moment where if he didn't have so many things to do, he'd probably be face-palming a little bit. He's at least going to mirror now Mehmed Imperial Armory in the way. And upside for him at least is that the scholars weren't in position yet, but they are rushing out the Sacred Site. And Marine Lord, I believe, yeah, he already made the pivot. Check that. Dink, dink. Intentionally walked around it. Needs to make sure he walks back the other way. Otherwise, he's going to reveal himself on the Sacred Site. Oh, hello. What? No, but you were so close, man. The one spot. Oh my god. Meanwhile, villagers, what up? Not much, but 7 are down. Great grab there by B. And just when he needed it most. That was sick. We talked about the Sipahi and their dominance, their ability in these type of timings. He finally shows just a little bit of a tiny preview. I always get a smile on my face as well when we see Sipahi do this to Delhi, considering Delhi are the type of civ with Ghazi that always are the ones doing it to other civilizations. Marine Lord is going to brute force his way back here. Upgrades are coming in soon. B's going to be fully aware of that. He doesn't have Sipahi queued for an upgrade, by the way. No, you can't take this fight then. Like, he knows it's coming in at any moment with the veterancies. With the amount of scholars that Marine Lord should have, it shouldn't take too long. There's archers he's desperately trying to upgrade. There's only 6 of them here. Doesn't really feel like it's worth it. Sipahi are better 1-to-1, but the issue is the resource difference. Sipahi do cost more. Scholar. Whoa! That still happens! Devs! Meet the keepers of the trees. They protect all that aren't human. Like, Wololo is like, why are we fighting? Yeah, why are we fighting this guy? He says some good things. Yeah, but he's so stupid he thought we wouldn't kill him. Let's join no one. Reasonable. I mean, it's still 6 Sipahi down. Which he can't afford. Ironically, this bug has been in the game for quite some time. So, I think I've explained it before. The logic is because of the... Like, basically, for those who don't know, when you do any programming logic, everything is sequential. Unless you separate to different cores. So when a wall law goes off, there'll be a chain order. Where a wall law will happen. The units will have the ownership tag disassociated, but then they need to have a new ownership tag associated. And my belief is the way it attaches that ownership tag is by checking the ID, the owner of the converting unit. If the converting unit no longer exists, then that would show up as a null field. And therefore, the ownership would transfer to null. I.e. no one. Alright. Well, you know what else is going to be null? B scoreline. This is looking bad. The military mass is just getting out of control here. He's fully suffocated him in the base. It's going to be 5 relics, 3 sacred sites. There's not really much for B here. He's been stockpiling stone. I mean, this should be, what, more military scores, but maybe at this point you just look for a keep drop to secure something like all the stone over here. Maybe that's why demos wouldn't count to king kills? Exactly. Because, like, the unit is gone when it then checks for who to allocate the reward to. He really doesn't want to give this up, by the way, because the thing you have to keep in mind is we only get a draft reset after game 4. The next one is just such a wild card. He's kind of out of runway of freebie, shall we say, where you can be like, oh, okay, I messed up on that, let's go next. So he will try to sliver his way out of the hole. Maybe he can force an imp situation. My concern is just Marine Lord could fast imp here. We've seen that fast imp build as well with the elephants. It's a bit dangerous against Janissaries, but... if you go for hand cannoneer elephants... plus, like, what, Ghazi here? I feel like you're fairly safe. Man, he's desperately looking for anything. Castle's going up as well, just makes the matter even worse. He scouts it, and that doesn't make you feel better about it. It means that you know that your opponent's scaling TCs. Why B also wouldn't have GG'd yet is you have to remember, on top of the fact he does have those worker kill advantages, he is... oh my god, come on, no. No, 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 no. He's like, no, no! This time, I will get them to the afterlife. I mean, at least they're not just standing there like these guys. We disowned ourselves from B, so he couldn't delete us. Yeah, that's a pretty decisive moment. So the other reason why B wasn't GGing, by the way, as I was saying, It's not just 8 village lead, it's also the passive production. So, like, he does actually have a lead in theory, if it isn't for the gold. However, there is a problem here. Marine Lord done that classic. You know what I'm going to say, guys? He garrisoned the relics with the scholars. So he's got 2 relics that actually aren't generating gold at all. Yeah, you used to be able to actually come over and convert these, by the way, but they did remove that. When all else fails B, there's one place he always goes. Wait, Marine Lord, what's happening? Why are we now 4 relics held? Oh, he's trying to fix it. He's like, huh? Where are they? Okay. There we go. I can just envision him sitting there, stroking his chin. All right, he did realize. Props to him. A lot of players probably would have forgotten. And there's the Imperial timing. Yeah, B's hopes of recovery are about to be completely dashed. If Marine Lord screwed around and cast for long enough, maybe. With passive production, the Vizier points, and then you creep Imperial, there's a small chance. But now you have to contend with the Beast. Janissary count isn't high enough to really threaten Tower Elephants either, is the other funny thing here. You have to remember you do 28 damage, but it's ranged, so you end up losing a quarter of that already to armor. On a unit that has, like, 800 plus HP. Flash is going to come in. He won't even get a chance to see the elephants. He oversteps slightly. Springalds need to turn and start fighting, but unable to do so. And this is just going to be a complete rout. At this point, Marine Lord, he doesn't need to risk a loss by going into the base. This is just going to be a constant. Every time B comes out, he pushes him back in and then walks away again. Right, crush him slowly. Let him bathe in his pain. It's a very Marine Lord approach, to be fair. Right, he's always been that calculated strategic player. It's like, let me play the percentiles. I don't need to rush the end state of the game. If I have control, I can just milk it and build it. Very much what we're seeing here. Double TC as well. Okay, this is... There's, like, theoretically a very thin line for B. 2 minutes on Sacred Science. It's so difficult to thread here. If you can just get a free decap, maybe. My concern is, like, if you do decapture, Marine Lord's just going to go in. He's going to be like, okay, I see what's happening here. You're just trying to delay the game. I'm not going to allow for it. And he's already going in. We've got archers approaching. Bombards have arrived. I don't think the Sacred Science is going to matter. He's going to stop him the good old-fashioned way by blowing a giant hole in his face. Well, not blowing with his lungs. Marine Lord doesn't have that level of, like, lung capacity. You know. Shoot. What do you guys reckon? Do you think B's going to get on the board this series? I'm trying to weigh up if it's like just B not really playing on his form or more the way Marine Lord's playing. I feel like this is more to do with Marine Lord's playstyle into B than anything else. I think it screws with the way B likes to play the game a lot. Bombard's now sniping out the siege. This will be the last stand. He does splinter one of them. That's a good start, but with one still alive, no siege remaining, he's got to start pulling back a little bit, but he has the second wave of spinning on the way. Elephants are now arriving. Decisive count, in theory, a decent size to try and deal with that, but he just doesn't have the capacity to dive anymore. Green Lord, chill. Chill with the ult. Bruh. ML just too smart. Alright, don't let me hear that. I already made his head very big in the announcement photo for the finals. I'd have to make it bigger if you keep that up. I don't know, I feel like KPMM 17, obviously we didn't catch the first half of the week, but I don't know if for some it's the fatigue of the LAN and others it's the fatigue of the meta. It has felt like quite a tame week? Maybe I made the maps too tame, but so far, this little bee has been put back in his honeypot and he is at risk of drowning in his own nectar. That's not a good thing. Oh, hello. How's it going, shots? Solution is siege if spring walls don't counter them. I mean, he's like an age ahead and got bombards. The solution is like get range units or get cav. There's like, it's not like one bombard's gonna kill all your army straight away, right? And that's a good shout out by Hot Damn, by the way. Remember, guys, check out that AMD link. Make them happy with the campaign integration by clicking the link. That's what they want from you guys. To read a little bit about the product. We talked about it earlier today. Let me know if you've got any questions on it. And then hopefully they'll be happy with the results and come back and sponsor us again. But I'm going to run 2 minutes ads now, guys, so you don't have to worry about them afterwards, okay? A cool 9070 XT giveaway? No. Like, someone asked earlier, like, are you going to do a chair giveaway? Like, dude, you think I'm going to ship this chair to you? Do you know how expensive shipping chairs is? Jeez. No, this chair's for me. But if you want to get one of these chairs, you can. Just check down below and click on the panel link. As we have that nicely set up. That also, if you guys are thinking about buying a chair, that gives me credit on the sale as well. But there you go. That's if you want to check out the chair. I like it though. It actually feels really nice to be back in a fabric chair. Oh, did someone clip the wall bug? I want to send it to the devs. Chair sponsor. Dude, the chair is so nice, actually. Like, here. Look at the chair. Look at this. It's smooth fabric. And it's got all these nice little, like, padding pieces. It's also not like I thought it was going to be one of the really tall chairs, but it's actually not. Like, it's quite small. Nice and compact. Ah. What are you on about an AOT veteran community manager deciding whether to pull the plug? Like, no one's pulling the plug. I don't know whether, like, what's the negativity? I'm confused. Nothing bad happened and we're like panicking. Like, why are we talking like that? Chill. We've literally got DLC coming in 2 weeks. Why are we talking as it all doom and gloom? Jesus. Take the Zanny. Cheer up. I need you guys to be happy. Because right now, B is not. Oh, it's English on land. He's going to win, finally. One and all, welcome back to the channel for our grand final showdown in midweek muster number 17 between B and Marine Lord. A grim showing right now for B, but maybe an opportunity to finally strike back before a redraft. Order of the Dragon up against English on Coastal Cliffs. This has to be a good old-fashioned longbow rush down the center, right? This is nothing else. This is a terrible map for 2TC Boom because the stones start so far away. And also, 2ZC in the current Pro Scouts meta is a death sentence. So I think we actually have finally got a fairly solid shot at a B win. Let's put up predictions to see if people feel the same. Looking at the deer spawns as well. Nice and spread out, discombobulated, which is exactly what you want. Here's OTD. Because English want to try and play something like longbows, camp, they're not going to get the opportunity to easily do so. And if they want to rush your base, they're not actually going to block any deer packs whatsoever. Yeah, I'm still confused where the like negativity is coming about, like AoE4 dying or what. Like, dude, we're not dying. We're getting 2 DLCs this year. I'm really scratching my head why there's just sudden negativity in the chat around AoE4. Like, we're in a great spot, guys. Literally, 8th of April, first DLC releases. We've got a second one coming late in the year. By the way, think of the implications. They've already teased with the Knights Templar getting units from Spain, clearly, as well as the Venetian fleet, which we covered in our YouTube video. You should check that out if you have not. We're probably getting like a prelude to Venetian, Spanish, and other civs, and the likelihood of them getting added to the game later on. I don't know. I think we're in a great place. That's my personal take. I think the only thing I'd change Wave 4 is I said it the other day. I almost want them to take the memeful Overwatch 2 route of just relaunching the game as AoE 5. Now, the difference is, unlike Overwatch 2, don't promise things and then rug pull. Just give everyone what they get. But the reason why I say that, and I know some people are already cringing, but here's the reason. It would bring so many more people in. Because it's like people... Weirdly enough, people don't respond the way you'd hope to great recovery arcs for games. They just don't realize it. Like, me and my partner only started playing a little bit No Man's Sky the other month. We never bothered all those years. Even though, like, apparently it was great for years. It got fixed. It didn't matter. So many people are like that. It's hard to get people to take even a second look. Yeah. I'm hoping B's going to last to take a second look at this series, though. Arkin is about to complete. Other side of this, Marine Lord with the Abbey of Kings. He might actually play the Horseman strat. Update the graphics. So I think there is, like, I've said this before, I don't think our graphical, like, system is perfect, per se. Some people are going to hate to hear that. But I've said before, like, whatever it is they do, like, it's this. You see the shoots of grass? I genuinely think the terrain adds unnecessary GPU loads and doesn't actually beautify the scene that much. But what it does, from a recording perspective, which is terrible for marketing, for streamers, whatever, tends to make the game look very grainy and pixely. I think the cloud shadows is fine. Like, the cloud, like, no, dude, please, the shadows, like, as depth, that's fine. It's genuinely the way that everything brushes, like, all the way that, like, the grass brushes across the terrain. Same with trees. Like, trees, you guys know when we play, like, big-sized maps of things like Hideout, there's a reason why it's hollowed out. And that's because the performance hit. That's why we were never able to really do Forest Nothing. Forest Nothing, whenever we try to run custom lobbies for the community, it would crash people's lobbies. So, meantime, we do have the Pro Scouts play coming out. He did open with single gilded horseman. We are now getting the cavalry action out, Marine Lord. Oh my god, he's actually going to do it. I didn't want to say it out loud. I didn't want to jinx it. I mean, we have seen Pro Scouts before from the English, but it can sometimes feel odd, especially when you're doing it against a superior Civ. And I think it would be fair to call Order of the Dragon a superior Pro Scouting Civ. So ballsy maneuvers coming out. How did you guys gamble, by the way? Is this the first time where... Oh, wow. Okay, I was about to say, is this the first time where B actually has the higher percentage of gamblers? No. Marine Lord still somehow has more by 1%. people really care that much about graphics? I think in general in gaming, people are way too fixated on realistic graphics. And also that's led to the Unreal Engine brain, where every game just uses Unreal Engine type assets and they all look the same. For me, what matters from a graphical style isn't if it looks realistic, it's if it looks immersive. Does it fit the style it's trying to embody? For example, when I was playing through Bolt Gun, which is a Doom-inspired Warhammer game, that was perfect. You want to make a Doom-inspired Warhammer game, it should look like old school Doom. And yet I could tell every single heretical unit that I was purging from existence and what it was. I think sometimes people misunderstand what makes good graphical design. And Avowed had some issues with its graphical style, but one thing it done very well was its color palette. It had a very, very vibrant color palette. So we are getting the Horseman strat, by the way. I thought this is where we're going. The whole idea is you just bulk them up, you heal them as you run away, you keep coming into fights. It's very difficult to do against Gilded Horsemen, though. These things just feel like they take forever to die. And now that B knows this, does he actually try to hang around the age? I'd be surprised. I feel like you just want to get your deer home and then get to the next stage. But Marine Lord is being such a nuisance. Snatching away from his opponent's side. Spearman reaction now coming in. I mean, I like that Marine Lord is switching. If it's just skirmish and poke, you can play this Horseman strat. But if it's just raw, we're going to get to the point where we're both A-clicking a big fight. These guys will win. And then they'll fold into your base. So he needs that second line of defense to be safe. Bit weird Pathfinder there. And like the other thing I've said about the visuals, like a broken record at this stage, there needs to be more emphasis on things like attacks, etc. Because when you're zoomed out like this, you can barely see these guys really just going about it. Part of it is just you need to take all the animations, like here. Just imagine if there's a bigger swing of the spear. Same with the swords. Like, you want to, like, if we want to be real, like, that's the thing that makes AoE 2 hold its visual fidelity in a lot of people's eyes. Like, dude, those guys swing like crazy. If you guys watch them, it looks like they're doing basically 360 swings with their arm, with their swing swords. There's feedback I gave the devs before. Like, imagine if the French Knights, they added like 30 degrees or 40 degrees to their swing. I almost wanted to look overly dramatic so that you really feel like you're immersed in the fight. Maybe that's just my wacky Michael Bay brain. I still maintain the best animation ever for the Hussars in the history of video games is Cossacks 1. If you know, you know. If you don't, you've been robbed of a joy. I remember the first time that I saw a Cossack Hussar, I didn't want to go near him. He looked like he'd rip my limbs off. I also would like to see them just paint the arrows more kind of black so they stand out against terrain more. A bit of poke coming. Spearmen are going to have to be bailed on here. This is getting weird, man. Like, this should have reached castle on one stage by now. It looks like Marino is trying to find his way out, but B is doing a great job of forcing him to come back again and again and again. But with the addition of Gilded Spearman, he's making the correct call. He just needs to get out. This is not a winnable fight anymore. I love what B done here. He so eloquently made this more about just non-stop fighting as opposed to trigger raiding. Trigger raiding is how this strategy works. It thrives on this idea that you can just come in and out of the fight and there'll be a gap of a minute or two per. That isn't happening. B is just doing everything he can to vomit more things into the face of Marine Lord. How do you get this type of color? You have to get my PC. I have some alterations within OBS to get the color vibrancy. Another thing that I've highlighted way before is why we actually tweak the colors slightly. In fact, I can show you quickly. Like most of you, I've asked before, and you've been like, yeah, I prefer it with it on. It adds a pop, a level of pop that I think the default color scheme doesn't have. I wish it did. And B has less workers because remember, Order of the Dragon villages produce slower. They take an extra 3 seconds. So every 3 minutes, you're meant to be worker behind, right? No, less than 3 minutes. Burgrave down the way. B. Interesting. With his army this big, I thought he'd try to get away Regnets. I think he could have, but he takes the non-greedy route. Yeah, I think B's just going to double down on what he's been doing so far. Vomit troops more and more. And likely this time, men-at-arms. What's crazy to me is the fact that he added in Spearmen against English in the first place. We didn't really get around to talking to that, but it's because at that stage, with the Plane to Horseman Spears, Marine Lord with Pro Scouts as well doesn't really want to go back to Lombos. Not against Gilded Horsemen. It's a death sentence. So other side, we did get the more normal choice. King's Palace coming in this situation. No pressure onto him. This could still work for B. The logic being is because there's no white tower and you're going for the aggressive choice, your opponent has no defensive leg to stand on. Wait, was the AoE4 land stream quality that bad? I didn't know. I didn't look. I wouldn't know with my top tier gaming PC and production PC. Which right now, guys, with us recording, streaming, game running, it's at 41 degrees. AMD power. Exclamation mark AMD. This is a big boy army, by the way. He even just puts the horsemen in, but the veterans, he just came through. He got bid. I don't know if this is the fight you want as much anymore. Your own veterancy is lagging so far behind. Knights now arriving as well. Surely just a little bit more effort and he'll be able to break in. The problem is going to be stat defenses. This is a lot of injured, low HP bars for the OTD's frontline force. So he needs to ripple this into worker kills ASAP. He's still limbing around. Crossbow's now being targeted. He's going to go after the outpost. Gilded Archer's here as well. Monastery has to be cancelled in the meantime, but despite how good that fight looked for B, the reality check of this one, the aftermath, he just doesn't have anything to follow up with right now. He's not even going for relics yet. I'm getting a bit skeptical. Like, B, if he gets another wave up here right now, he can still make this work. But it needs to be ASAP. Now, this is like the classic type of game you look at, and you just go, this is why OOTD needs H3 marching drills. I mean, they'd be broken with it, but like these are the type of games you look at and you're like, if I just had those units. Just a little bit faster, just a tiny bit faster. The difference it would have made. No, this Burgrave is not one of the worst landmarks in the game. It's worse when you're doing this. If you're not using it, it's terrible. But if you're constantly pumping out of it, the savings you get per minute make it worth the investment. And possibly the worst time to start looking for relics. I don't think B was quite expecting Marino to walk out of his base this quickly after the dive. No, and his army's slightly out of position. However, this could turn into a beautiful backstab. One low very early. He's gonna go for the snipe. We'll be able to get it just in time. Crossbows just don't have a good target. I mean, this is kind of comical. Marine Lord is built to counter something that just doesn't exist. Marine Lord, see? I mean, we are the men-at-arms in the room with us right now. Of course they are still around this way. You couldn't see them. Marine Lord, there are no men-at-arms. What are you on about? Get off here, man. Are the knights in the room with us? We. Oh, Marine Lord. Nah, he's realized now. He's switching over the Lombos. So Lombos are going to be an interesting one here, actually, because you've opened the floodgates for something scary. If you get seen doing this early, B can just prep scale armor. And then Gilded Archers just defeat all. I think Marine Lord... No, Knights might still be able to save him here. As long as you can keep affording that. And we do have more farm clusters coming in, but it feels a little bit slow. The other thing the Knights are doing well, though, is finding their way into the enemy base. He's even waiting out here with the king for the move on to the berries, expecting it, but B, as that scout, is going to fall for it. Marine Lord's like, I guess I leave. Does B know he's versus King's Palace? I believe so. He came to, like, about here, right, with Gilded Archers, so he should have glimpsed it. B, look at that. Relics are quickly finding their way home here. We've got a 4-relic game. Other one's in the corner. This is pretty solid. Like, overall, actually, I think B, he's got to be feeling it a little bit as well. For a moment, it kind of felt like he may have let 1 or 2 extra relics slip back the other way, but credit to him. And Marine Lord does, of course, still have the eco value tilting in his favor quite heavily because of the 2 TC. I don't think B is going to try to mirror that. I think instead, B is going to focus on scaling military up to about 120, 130 military pop. And then you look to float between the 70 to 90 villager count maximum as the game goes on. Now, what's nice about that, Order of the Dragon can feel really good on this particular map because when you're playing on Coastal Cliffs, it means that you can actually play into an Elsback and secure the Sacred Site win condition. So a really cool move is on the table for him as time goes on here. Marine Lord. Wonder what he sees his win condition as now. That worries me, by the way. I don't like to see the crossbowman here. Your opponent built knights. What he doesn't know, though, is that Marine Lord stopped building knights. He's switching into spear, longbow full. Which is slightly dangerous against gilded archers, rather. I would say, like, right now, Marine Lord doesn't have a solid answer for those archers. With the scale armor, the extra range. Like, ideally, you look for horsemen here. I think if Marine Lord sees what B is doing and pivots horsemen plus longbows, he's got it. He's going to need more farms for that, though. Now, it's quite the big reveal. So, sees spears, sees gilded archers. Oh, no. Once again, based on what he saw, it makes sense. He doesn't know about the gilded crossbowmen because B hasn't revealed them yet. I believe they are still standing back here. Yeah, they are in the reserve. That's huge. I love that B done that. A lot of players just love using their select all army. If he'd done select all army, the cat would have been out of the bag. This way remains more of an enigma. We don't know if the cat is dead in the bag, alive in the bag. It could be a dog in the bag. It could be a turtle in the bag. Unfortunately, for Marine Lord, it's going to be a large sum of excrement thrown at him. Because going into men-at-arms is going to set him up rather for defeat. Lance Nectar as well. So many of them. Alright, ones if you think B's going to take this, twos if you think Marine Lord is. Do we get more games? Wooder is not from Matera. You guys know that? That's a lot of ones. Whew. Has he done it? Do we believe? I think we might. M-Lord. He's about to find out what's really waiting behind door number 2. The crazy thing is that still not the crossbows revealed. He's only revealed 3 of them. There's 3 more actually hiding. So I wonder if he actually did glimpse that, because he's still got man-at-arms queued up. We do have the outpost crawl out. Inspire Warrior's response is smart by B. That actually offsets the attack speed buff for the English in its entirety.
Good swing around me, mate.
How many farms are we up to? Okay, 4 farm clusters. This is where your army inflation can get a bit crazy. Lombo's just kind of struggling to stay away from these guys. This is ridiculous. I called these guys Order of the Floaters or like, you know, Gilded Floaters before. Sorry, it's Gilded Gliders, wasn't it? Yeah, Order of the Gliders. Floaters sounds like when they're bad. Order of the Gliders because they shoot and move, essentially. That's what it looks like. They shoot so quickly that they're already moving before they finish their animation. It's so difficult to try and edge the range. Remember, this unit, it's not that much of a difference in terms of difference to engage. Speed of engage, clash now underway. Brute forces with the horsemen, but the big issue is now the last deck follow-up. Men-at-arms get thrown out as well. That's not good either. The crossbowmen are clearing the way on top of that. Gilded Archers just making sure that Lombos are kept in check. And B ready to check Marine Lord out of the hotel on this one. No doubt about it. We've got to push. We've got to shove. And there's a cliff on the side that you can easily kick him off of. While yelling, "This is Dragon." I think that's how it would go. Marine Lord doesn't see it that way yet, though. No, refuses to wave the white flag. I mean, you can see why from his POV. He has got a 40 villager lead. But when you consider the passive gold trickle, the efficiency of Gilded Villages, the lead is a little bit deceptive. And the army is still a really big problem for Marine Lord to overcome. Yeah, these walls are getting a bit weird, by the way. I mean, this one was always funky, like... Maybe at least connect it to the gold? I don't know what you want from me. You bet everything on Marine Lord? Everything! Oh my god, how are you going to put your kid through college? I'm not paying for it. I got 2 of my own to worry about. God knows how expensive that crap's going to be by the time it's time. It was already too expensive when I done it. Whew. You guys know I went to uni for 3 years. I studied advanced elements in how to program in games, 3D model in games. You know, multiple skill sets. And now, for a living, I convince people to say Keck W and Kappa in chat. Who's the real winner? There it is. I got the power. Alright, 5 minutes out from B victory. Marine Lord's making the move for an age up. Berkshire? Or do we go crazy with like a wing guard and try to thread the needle? This has to be Berkshire. He's going to Berkshire on the forward if he can, and then try to adjust some crossbars behind it. This is ballsy. On the very edge, in range, being seen here as well. The mangoes. Wait, what is he doing with them? He's baiting himself more than the enemy. The men-at-arms are going to be able to body block. We'll have to keep running away. The Lombos in a bit of trouble. The Landschnechter wasting a lot of time on a few troops though, but the mangoes! Horsemen get in! And the Berkshire, this is not gonna work. M-Lord, come on! Be a man of reason! Gonna just a teensy bit back? Mango's still alive. Springalds are trying to change that. One of them is gonna be brought down, the other one forced away. And I believe he just deleted the Springalds. They weren't killed, no, he actually deleted those. I don't think I've ever seen B delete Springalds before. He doesn't waste those things. But the villagers are now on the way. This is where it's very obvious what you're doing. B, does he have the pressure point to keep it going, though? He's running out of horsemen fast. Mangoes have been removed again. villagers need to find their way over to that worker line. If they do, if the Gilded Villagers find... Gilded Archers find their way over to the villagers, they will be able to wipe the map. But right now, they've slowed things down. Here we go. Killing blow could be on the way. Berkshire Palace now going up. But no, he gets stopped. He can't reach it. The Gilded Archers are now starting to trickle onto the village account, but with Marine Lord with such a lead, he doesn't care about that. The landmark matters more. Age 4 achieved. Marine Lord will not go quietly into the night. Absolutely crazy. I mean, that should have been it. That should have been us just calling GG. Next game, please. But somehow, some way, this man does it. He gets it up. Sacred Site win condition removed. And now we have to be real about the state of B's game. That was everything. The whole kitchen sink, he's got 10 farms at home. Relic Gold is at least going to be helpful. But this lead, like the farm state, now enclosures as well. I think Marine Lord's going to just be clean 4-0ing it. It's got to be a demoralizing one as well. I mean, like, Marine Lord, I don't think it's necessarily that B just played bad per se. It did feel like we weren't privy to that creative flair that we've come to expect out of B, finals after finals after finals. Marine Lord's more orderly fashion to AoE 4 just seems to have done its classic thing in AoE 4. There's definitely an argument, like, I guess you could say B, like, there was some hesitance. I mean, but I would say we've seen that same hesitance with people on Order of the Dragon all the time. There's something about this Civ. When you're ahead, you just don't feel it. I think it can be seen as something as simple as a raw count. When you look at the size of this army, and then you look at the size of this army, and then I'm telling you, guys, this army is bigger than this army. You're like, KP, shut up. You're a troll. That's not true at all. No, it really is. This is huge. From a population power perspective, it should be capable of breaking. Instead, it's going to end up getting broke here. We have got the Trebs trying to siege through the Berkshire, but it's such a difficult task, especially considering it could just be repaired with wood. In the meantime, Bombards are now moving up. It's going to remove some of the attack speed aura, but that's going to be replaced swiftly. And B, I don't really see a way back from this. The Gilded Archers with the scale armor were quite nice before Elite Lombos came into the picture. Now that armor doesn't feel as relevant. There's still high amounts of ranged armor, but we've also got incendiary arrows ahead of us. The attack speed buff is in. And that's before we did talk about the men-at-arms. The men-at-arms are a problem. 10 ranged armor, 8 melee armor. He's trying to get back to the crossbow and to stabilize. Bombards now going off the outpost. No E-repair chaining. So just going to be a defense remove. Flash begins, and I don't really see the front line. B, he's trying to be budgeted, efficient about this. He knows he needs to be, so he just needs range units. But without any melee, good old-fashioned English men-at-arms get to chow down. And behind this, yeah, sure, the first wave of MAA died. But there's a second, third, fourth, and fifth wave to come. And you can see that B is struggling to keep up with this. It's exhausting what little economy he has. Count getting closer and closer. Warlord's going to come in to try and slow things down. Get him a little bit of a breather. That ain't going to work. And it looks like Marine Lord is about to take the military lead. I say take the lead in the set. But he never lost it. So we're back to 4-0 stomps. Leaves a bit of a sting in the grand finals. Sometimes undeniable, unavoidable. Rainlaw this week has been undeniable, unavoidable. He's only dropped 2 games the entire week. And the crazy thing is none of those were in the grand finals. The place where it's meant to be closest, most threatening. This man was most switched on. And I think now it's time for B to switch off. GG's to the chimp. A 4-0 excuse me, destruction. Oh, there we go. Needs to go back to horny jail. Dude, how old are you? Don't need to keep increasing it. Saying a player just come, like, what the hell? I think you took like an east side turn from like the Call of Duty stream or something. Jesus. I mean, I don't know I was obsessed with the PP jokes when I was like 15, but come on. Oh. But if there was any week where maybe, I don't want to say I'm grateful it was a bit of a quicker day, it's probably this one so that my throat can rest up. But remember, guys, we've got more of these rolling on. So KPMM number 18 starts tomorrow. And with tomorrow, I believe, I'm double checking, the maps we're going to be using Gorge is making a return. And then I believe we said we were going to go with Basin. So I think Gorge is going to be default. We're bringing Basin back in because I have great hate for Basin because of its sacred sites, but I noticed Avali actually moved them further away from the TCs. So I thought it'd be interesting to revisit and see how it functions. Especially seeing as it'd be a good timing. It was just using the garrison, so it's a familiar site. So outside that though, guys, big reminder. We are, what are we seeing at now? 125 users. We've got 15 more since yesterday. I want to see that number up by at least another 15. Come on, day after day, you guys can achieve 15. I know you can. Sign up, it's free. I'm talking about Opera GX. We've been using them now for over a month. Been really pleasantly surprised with them. Oh, look, I can show you them myself. I've been using them in the browser. Wow, look at that. What a cool, astute streamer you should definitely check out. I've been using it for all the background stuff, as well as talking about our response like AMD. But yes, they've got loads of cool things in there. The CPU limiter, the RAM limiter, loads of skins. Do you guys like skins? I went for the Space Marine ones, but there's plenty of other ones in there. As well as, one of my favorite features genuinely is this. It is the GX Corner, where you can tell when games are released. So you can see, for example, did you know Assassin's Creed came out today? I'm probably going to play it a little bit off stream and see if it's good. But it's got loads of games in there, indie and big as well. So it's really helpful for a person like me, because I'm always like, when are new good games coming out? Like I've heard apparently Expedition 33 is going to be pretty good. Now I know when it's going to be, in 24th April. But exclamation mark Opera GX, if you want to check that out, it's free to do. Download it, create an account. It actually helps me out immensely. It's how the creators get partially like bonus pays. So you will actually be financially helping out. If you're one of those people who's like, I can't afford a sub or whatever, this is something absolutely free that you can do. But outside that, and one more really big shout out to Corsair for delivering this beauty today. Honestly, I've enjoyed sitting there every single minute. My spine has been grateful. My butt has been happy. I think I'd even been content with the levels of warm if I still wasn't feverish. It is really, really comfortable and warm, actually. But outside that, I think what we'll look to do now, guys, I'm not going to stream tomorrow. I'm going to be taking tomorrow off. I did mention this. We're going to stream on Sunday instead. So next stream is going to be Sunday. And on Sunday, really cool things are going to be happening. We'll be catching some of the KPMMs. A few of the round of 16 should be available by then. So we'll catch some of the close round of 32s, round of 16s. There's two reasons why I'm doing it there. So one is so I can rest my throat tomorrow. The other is because my daughter, her birthday is on Monday. So I am going to do a very rare thing and take the Monday off. I don't often do that. But to make up for it, not only is that Sunday going to be stacked with a lot of fun to cast, I will also be doing my post-LAN review of the Garrison, where we'll break down everything. We'll talk about why I was on the AoE2, not on the AoE4. We'll talk about why I wasn't streaming the day before later on. We'll talk about what was good, bad, behind the scenes, technical issues we ran into, the people, what they're like. All of it. We'll cover all that on Sunday. So mark your calendars. We'll be looking to be live probably around, I think we'll go live for about 1 p.m. UK-ish time, somewhere around there on Sunday. And we'll be able to park in a long stream. So mark that in your calendars. I'll see you there. YouTube, love you, but leaving you. Thank you for tuning in. I'll see you guys on Sunday.